Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Our program will begin shortly.
Hi, this is John Hope Bryant, founder of Operation Hope. Welcome to the Hope Global Forum 2021 annual meeting, Meeting the Moment. What do we mean by this? Well, the moment has met us, hasn't it? 2020, social justice reckoning for Black America that's 400 years in the making, the largest unemployment crisis since the Great Depression, the biggest pandemic in 125 years, the Spanish flu, an attack on our democracy, and the Capitol, which left all of us harmed and damaged at the soul level, questioning ourselves for the first time. The moment has met us, but can we meet the moment? And we can come back, not just back, but better. That's what I'm betting on. Coming back better. That means expanding the table and adding a chair. That means more opportunity for all. That means investing in Black businesses, investing in women, Latinos, Asians, Indians. That means reimagining everything. America's not a country, she's an idea. And we can make her anything we want. We're sitting in a moment in history, but history does not feel historic when you're sitting in it. It just feels like another day. But that does not mean the moment is not historic, and that does not mean you're not a history maker. At Operation Hope, we believe social justice can be viewed through an economic lens. I want this Hope Global Forum to be a demarcation point. I want the Hope Global Forum annual meeting to be a candle lighting ceremony for hope and opportunity. I want us to pivot from fear to belief. I want us to pivot from what we're against, including against each other, to what we're for. I want us to understand that we are better together, and that a society that embraces diversity and inclusion is not only a moral society, it's also a smart society. This is my calling, my mission, and my hope for the Hope Global Forum annual meeting 2021. Come here, get reinvigorated, and go out and change the world.
Please welcome President of Hope Program Operations, Lance Triggs.
I got low self-esteem. I need some help. Good morning, everybody. It's good seeing everyone. You guys having a great time? We're down the stretch. We got a great day for you. We just want to thank all of you for coming out and supporting our 2021 Meeting the Moment Global Forum. I want to thank all of our sponsors, definitely our premier sponsors, Amazon, Experian, Wells Fargo, and Truist for making this happen. So we really appreciate it. We're going to be back next year, and we're looking forward to having you with us. So without further ado, I want to bring out our Masters of Ceremony, who's been doing a great job this year. Give her a lot of love. The great Emmy Award-winning Maggie Linton.
You got to know who you can hug. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Huh? I know there's a lot of folks are still trickling in from breakfast, but this is the 2021 edition of the Hope Global Forum annual meeting. It's so good to see all of you again. This is our third day. It's our wrap-up, and we're getting ready to have a lot more information and things to be excited about. The last time we were all together at the Hyatt Regency Atlanta was in May of 2019. So much has changed since then, and we're going to talk about it all. So let's not waste any time. Let's get rolling this morning. And to get us started, we have two brilliant American leaders. Please welcome Mr. Sam Johnson, America's Vice Chair for EY, and Mark Updegrove, President of the LBJ Foundation, covering Megatrends, what every leader needs to know. And I have to just interject one thing, and I was just telling Mark about this. My sister and I marched in LBJ's inaugural parade. Yes, 1964 in Washington, D.C. There you go, Mark. There's your lead in.
Maggie, you are thank you. Maggie is way too young to have marched in LBJ's inaugural. We all know that's not true. Morning, everybody.
Right.
And good morning, Sam.
Thank you. It's so great to be here for this really important forum.
Well, I'm delighted to have this conversation because you are covering an area that I'm extremely interested in. You spot the megatrends for one of the world's biggest consulting companies. That's got to be a very daunting challenge, and because you are looking at the daunting challenges that we all face, let's start by talking about megatrends. What are megatrends?
Well, that's a great question. So the definition is actually pretty simple. So megatrends are basically large-scale transformative changes that typically have significant influence over all aspects of society. That could be business, organizations, healthcare, universities, governments. Now, megatrends are not new. We've had megatrends since the dawning of man. So for an example, the electrification of the home, lights, electricity to the home, the invention of the telephone and the television created, new ways of communicating. And so megatrends are not new. I think what's new, Mark, is the fact that in today's environment, we have multiple megatrends happening at the same time. And we are in a world today that is the equivalent of the introduction of the light bulb, the television, the telephone, the computer, internet, and civil rights changes all happening at the same time. And that is the shift. And so I think there's a great room for optimism of all the great things that can come out of this. But I also think there's a significant risk of dislocation and disruption because you have these unbelievable megaforces and megatrends happening at the same time, accelerating and feeding off one another.
So as you look at the nation and the world today, Sam, what are the big megatrends that you're identifying?
So I think I would just encourage everyone to really think about these four, because I think these are the four that I think are driving most of the change. The first, I would say, is a structural shift in the global economy. The second is climate change. Third, shifting demographics. And the last is what I describe as just almost violently disruptive technology. So maybe I could just spend a little second just kind of drilling into each one of them. So the global economy, the world order is shifting pretty quickly. And what you have today is emerging markets are driving most of the global growth. This is really being fueled by China. So what you really have is a shift in economic power from the West to the East. And it doesn't mean that the US and other Western countries are declining. What it really means is that these other countries are just accelerating. So let's take China for an example. China has over 1 billion people. Only 19% of them have access to the internet compared to 70% in the US. So imagine the demand that's going to be created as you go from 19 to 40, 40 to 60 to 70. It's going to drive global demand. In Africa, the use of cell phones and the internet is growing twice as fast as China. So these emerging markets just have unbelievable room for growth. And I think what's going to happen is that room for growth and that shift in economic power, I think is going to increase the risk of geopolitical tensions as well as disruption in the supply chain. So let's talk now about climate change. That could be a political topic, but let's try to stick with the science part of this. Our climate is changing. Just some factoids to think about. The average temperature continues to rise. Some believe that by 2050 or by 2100, the temperature could be up by more than 4 to 6 degrees Celsius. The sea levels are rising. I'll give you another factoid. In Greenland and Antarctica, 450 billion tons of ice melt every year. You just sort of think about that. In addition to that, the population is increasing, putting significant stress on our planet. And so natural resources, things like water, will become precious resources. It's going to also create crop failures, increased flooding, and energy shortages. And all this is going to only accelerate now because the financial markets are rewarding and punishing companies that do good things to the environment or bad things, and the level of exposure they have to climate change. So that's number two. Number three, demographics. The world is growing and changing rapidly. By 2030, there will be an extra billion people in the world. By 2050, there will be 10 billion people on this planet. Okay? By 2050, 1/3 of our population around the world will be over the age of 60. So think about the strain on the healthcare and those things. So not only is the population growing, these people are now moving into the city. So more people live in the city now rather than rural communities. So it's 55% today. By 2050, it'll be 70%. The stress that that's going to create on the infrastructure will be very, very significant. And so all of this is only adding to the pressure and the tension around natural resources, okay? And then finally, disruptive technology. Technology is moving at a pace that is so rapid, it is dizzying. So technologies like 5G, robotics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, all of these things are going to create tremendous change and advancements in medicine, business. So think about this. Think about in the future, you need an auto part. You won't go to an auto parts store. You'll go to a kiosk. You'll put in what it is you need, and a 3D printer will create it right there on the spot. If you think about, artificial intelligence, the automated cars, autonomous cars today, even though you hear about someone getting killed here and there, are multiple times safer than human drivers today. I believe that in 10 years, 20 years, in many states, it will be against the law for humans to drive because of the accuracy of these autonomous cars. Let's talk about COVID. The vaccine was able to be produced so fast because they could use supercomputing to do what is called digital twins. So they could basically replicate the human body on a computer. That allowed us to shrink the development time from years to months. And so what is coming at us is unbelievable from a technology perspective. I also think that this is going to create ethical challenges, and I think it's going to continue to put pressure on equity. And this is why a more inclusive economy is important, because if we don't have underserved communities participating in this technology shift, the chasm is only going to get larger. So those are the four, and any one of those should be enough to get you excited or scare you the bejeebies out of you. But think about all four of those happening at the same time. That is what creates the opportunity and the challenge.
And we could talk for at least an hour about any of these topics and not even scratch the surface. But your job is not only to spot these trends, but to advise your clients about how to address them.
Yes.
How do you do that, Sam?
Well, for everybody in the audience, just a couple of things that I would encourage you to think about. I think no matter if you're a business, if you're an organization, a university, a government, I think this is going to impact you in three ways. The first is around your operating model. We all have a way of operating, and all of us have sort of these embedded assumptions that we just assume that things are going to be a certain way and our operations can continue. These mega forces are going to challenge that. So I'll give you an example. I was talking to a college president, and we were talking about megatrends. And the president said, we're not really that worried about that. I said, well, stop. Let's think about what's happening in the current environment. I said, in 10 years, what does a campus mean? The whole world could be virtual. So what does a campus mean? You have billions of dollars invested in your campus. What does a campus mean? What does a degree mean? Maybe we move to certification. What does that mean to you? And so I think you got to be prepared for your operating model to shift. The second thing is I think you got to be prepared to deal with what I would describe as sort of constant disruption. And so if you don't have a leadership team that can quickly pivot, if you're not building agility in your organization, you're going to have to, because these changes are going to create disruption for you. Mark, you and I were talking backstage. Across the country, elective surgeries are being canceled. They're being canceled because people can't get supplies, like wound care and things like this, because the supply chain is so impacted. What is that doing for these? That's where you make your money, elective surgeries, if you're a hospital. How are they going to manage that? Are they ready to pivot? And we've seen this happen time and time again. We've seen companies get destroyed because they could not pivot. We saw this happen to Kodak. At the time, the CEO of Kodak said, people will always take pictures. They were right. Guess what happened? We take more pictures than we ever taken in our life, and we don't print one of them.
Yeah.
But they believed, those embedded assumptions, they believed that people will always take pictures and they'll always print them. Well, guess what? They hired over 65,000 people in Rochester. Today, they hire less than 1,000. So this disruption can create significant problems. And the last thing that I would say that's really important, I think, really revolves around the shifting expectations and the preferences of your stakeholders, whether they're customers, employees, regulators. So you as an organization are going through all these megatrends. Well, guess what? Your stakeholders are going through these changes at the same time, and their expectations are changing. And just think about how spoiled we are. What happens if your phone doesn't respond in 2 seconds? It's like, this thing is broken, right? You remember we had to plug the thing in and you got that when you tried to go on the internet 10 years ago? And so our expectations are changing. I was working with a financial institution, and I said, well, can I just sign the documents virtually? They said, no, we don't have that feature. I'm like, where's your horse and buggy? Like, what are we doing here? Right? And so what I'm saying is that people's expectations are just shifting very, very quickly. And so if you as an organization are not paying attention to what that means, even if you're a church and you've had virtual services, will people show back up in time? Or will they say, this is just too convenient? And so my point is that you need to really be thinking about, how's your operating model going to be impacted? Do you have the agility in your organization to manage this, right? And then what's happening to my stakeholders? I think those are really important things. That's how that's impacting businesses.
So it's a matter of pivot or perish, right?
I don't want to be dramatic, but I really do think that. I really, really believe that is going to be the case.
So how do you get a company, a Kodak, that's set in its ways, that has a successful business model for the moment, to think about a more adaptable, reactive business model?
Right. So I think there are a couple of things, and so I want to just leave everybody with just a couple of takeaways that I would say. First and foremost, these megatrends are not going to impact everybody the same way. There will be a certain level of discretion between the kind of organization you have, what sector you're operating in, but you will be impacted by a subset of these megatrends. Everyone. I think most of us will be impacted by all of them, but they'll impact you differently. So I think as an organization, I would encourage you to do 3 what I think are absolutely important things. Before I get to the 3, I think if you're an executive in an organization, if you're not using your strategic planning process or your normal management processes to have a conversation about megatrends, I think that is at your peril. So literally having an off-site meeting or using part of your strategic plan to say, what are all the things that are happening? What are these megatrends, and how are they going to be impacting us? I think you must embed that in your ways of doing business. Assuming you do that, there are 3 things I think you have to do. The first thing I think you have to do is you have to ask the question, what are the opportunities? The good news is that all of these megatrends are going to create significant opportunities. Right. And one of the things that we have to think about is that in an environment like this is where there are going to be big problems, and there are going to be a lot of stakeholders who are willing to spend a lot of money to solve them. And so you got to be looking for the opportunity, the white space. Where could we grow? Where could we make great things happen? So I think that's the first thing. So look at the megatrends and ask, where is the silver lining? Where is the opportunity? Where's the white space? Whether you're government, university, business, doesn't matter. The second thing I think you got to ask yourself is, what are the risks? And you need to ask that question for real. So what happens if there is another pandemic? And by the way, there will be another pandemic. And by the way, it will be worse. It will be worse. So what happens if your top 10 executives are all stricken by a pandemic? How will your organization run? Right? What happens if your supply chain gets totally shut down? So you got to constantly asking, how do we manage the risk? Do we have the organization agility to pivot? If you think about the automotive manufacturers during COVID, they shifted their production to make ventilators. Okay, that is the kind of thing you got to be prepared to do at a moment's notice. And then finally, you have to continually scan and ask, how are my stakeholder preferences and their expectations changing? You know, Mark, at EY, we hire we have over 70,000 people here in the Americas. The average age of 70% of our people are under the age of 28 years old. Okay? 20 years ago, if something happened in society, we didn't have to respond to it. That's not our job. Our job is to serve clients. Today, these 28-year-olds and youngers, they expect us to have a position. They expect us to say something. They want to know what we stand for. And so the expectations are changing. Your customers have different expectations. And so if you're not constantly scanning that horizon to understand how that's changing, you're going to be in your back foot. And that will not be a pleasant experience.
For big corporations, should they have a person in place in the C-suite who's specifically charged with catalyzing these conversations, a contingency officer, somebody who's literally in place to ask these questions?
I say no. This has got to be a core competency. This is not about a department. This is not about one person. Every person in the organization has got to be thinking about, where is the opportunity? Where can we grow? Where can we change the experience of our teams? And everybody has to be thinking about, what are the risks and how would I pivot? And so what I love is that when things like this happen, a lot of organizations do exactly what you just said. We're going to make Mary in charge of disruption. That's not how it operates. You need the entire organization to be sensitized to this. And once again, the world is just changing. So one example, I was talking to a client. The client wants to own the end-to-end experience of their customer. So from the time they meet a customer to the end, and they want to do it by themselves. And I just said to the CEO, and she did not like my feedback. One of the things that I'm known about the firm is I give very direct feedback. And I said to her, your strategy is going to fail. The world is too complicated to do it alone. Whether you like it or not, we are inextricably connected. Even if you think you're a small business, you're a small organization, I'm in the U.S. in a small town, this stuff doesn't impact me. Somebody in your supply chain is buying something from somebody in China or India or something. So you are inextricably, and by the way, how well did we do containing this COVID virus in any one place? It hit the entire world.
Right.
So whether we like it or not, we are inextricably linked. And so these mega trends are so powerful. They are so forceful. Nobody can go at it alone. Nobody can go at it alone. And so you're going to have to build an ecosystem. So I was telling this president, if you want to go end to end with your customers, you're going to have an ecosystem. You're going to have technology partners. You can't build all the technology that's required. You've got to have ecosystem partners. So the world is just changing. And so, Mark, I would say, no, this is too big. These forces are real. It's impossible to think that one person is going to represent this across the organization. This has to be a core competency that all of us have in order to kind of manage and move forward.
So if you're not thinking about what's around the corner and responding to these trends as an intrinsic part of your leadership responsibility, you're not doing your job.
Once again, I believe that this is one of the most important core competencies for executives.
Sam, of the mega trends that you enumerated, is there one you think is bigger and more significant than the others?
I'll be honest with you, Mark. All four of them, when I think about them, tremendous optimism, tremendous fear. This is two sides of a coin. If we do it right, the innovation and the breakthroughs that we will experience, we can't even comprehend what this world will be like in just 10 years. We won't even be able to comprehend it. A cure for cancer is possible now. So the innovation is just amazing. The wealth creation, the amount of money that's going to be generated and the wealth that's going to be created by people solving these problems is amazing, right? So that gives me great optimism. That gets me excited. I'm worried about whether this is going to be an inclusive process, but very excited about it. But let's talk about the other side of that coin. The gap between the have and the have-nots is going to get bigger. It's going to get huge. And if we don't get underserved communities more exposure to technology, more exposure to STEM, research, that they're going to get left behind. And once again, that gap will be so big. How do you close that gap? And COVID laid bare the challenges in our communities around the world. So I'm really concerned about those gaps. That scares me. So you're going to have 10 billion people vying for scarce resources. So the room for disruption and dislocation is significant, and the strain that we're going to put on our planet. So when you combine the gap getting bigger and stress in the system, the thing that scares me the most is social unrest. That all of a sudden you have people who are prepared to do things that are unimaginable to gain equity, to get the scarce resources that they need, the global conflict that can come from this. And so I would say, while I'm optimistic and I'm excited about what this could offer, to be honest with you, it also scares me when I think about the downside. And this is why having an inclusive environment, this is why working together, this is why diplomacy, these things are so important, because we're going to have to work together as a global community to manage the upside of these megatrends and to mitigate the risk for the downside.
So we've got about a minute left,
Yes.
Sam. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you to look, balancing your hope and fear in all this, and looking at how industry has responded to this point. Are you more hopeful or are you more fearful?
I believe in the human spirit. I believe in humans. And so I'm more hopeful.
We are with Operation Hope today.
I am more hopeful. And I believe that, as we saw in COVID, when things get bad, I think the best come out of humans and people around the world. And so I am very hopeful that we will be able to rise above this. But this will take a different level of coordination. This will take a different level of working together to be able to manage the upside and the downside of these megatrends.
Well, Sam, thank you very much for identifying these trends. It's been a great session.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was a pleasure.
Thank you all.
What great information, huh? You've been given a lot to think about. They give them another applause. I thought it was just, I was sitting back there. I was supposed to be reading over my script, and I wound up really listening to them because Sam was giving us some great information. We're very excited now to welcome our next guest, the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Business Association, Small Business Administration. It's the SBA. And she was sworn in on Wednesday, March 17th, 2021. Administrator Guzman represents more than 30 million U.S. small businesses and is committed to helping small business owners and entrepreneurs start, grow, and be resilient. If you're a new business owner, you want to be really paying attention to this. So please help us welcome the Administrator of Small Business Administration, the Honorable Isabella Casillas Guzman, and our moderator, Operation Hope CEO, John Hope Bryant. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here.
Hey, young lady. Hello, Administrator.
Hello.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. And what the audience may know, by the way, good morning. We are live, COVID-friendly protocols in place. We've got, Ms. Administrator, if you were here, we got a little badge. Green is I'm vaccinated, you can hug me or shake my hand. Yellow is stay 6 feet away and we can fist bump. And there's another color that basically says, don't think about it.
That's great. I wish I were there. Thanks for having me virtually, though.
But you, as I understand, tried to not only get here, until yesterday, you weren't on the schedule, but I'm told you really wanted to be with us. You thought this was an important conversation. And so we made this happen late last night because she decided she wanted to do this live. Can we please give her a little bit of love?
Thank you. Thank you.
You personally come from a long line of entrepreneurs. Your personal legacy is a little bit like the United Nations. You have, of course, this Spanish and I'll even say Mexican pedigree, but you also have some German and some Jewish and some other things going on in your lineage, which makes you, as Quincy Jones would say, global gumbo.
Yeah, yeah, Chinese as well. Yep, that's right. And I think that defines so many of us.
And also as a woman, that gives you a context where you really have a clear understanding, or at least a clearer understanding, of how many, many people are challenged in this time. I can't think of another agency, and we had yesterday the Secretary of Commerce, who's a friend of mine, with us. Other than the Secretary of Commerce and Treasury, I can't think of another agency that's as pivotal right now to where America goes next than your agency. It's been elevated in the midst of the response to COVID. What people may not know is when PPP was created, and I had a little bit of a hand in some of the design early on for small business, minority small businesses, it domiciled or poured into the Small Business Administration. You may not know that when you get an emergency disaster loan after a disaster in this country, it's domiciled or goes through the SBA, the U.S. Small Business Administration. And the SBA effectively had to create, with Treasury, the 5th largest bank in America in 30 days.
That's right.
And folks were complaining about the website crashing and this and that. And I'm like, well, what do you expect when the federal government or anybody else throws up a 5th largest bank in America in 30 days? But what we don't say is what a great job you guys have done, particularly in the 2021, this
Yes.
administration, in getting capital out efficiently to businesses small and large. One last thing I'll say, and then I want to hear where you think we are in this country, and more importantly, where we're going. The SBA's reputation is not well understood. At some point in our arc and development, as I recall, a majority of the Fortune 500 in this country actually came from the U.S. Small Business Administration, giving them assistance and support. A little known fact, you've almost been like a venture capitalist for American free enterprise. Can you talk a little bit about not only your own personal background, which I think is fascinating, but if you can combine that with the background of the SBA, the stuff that makes this agency something other than just a place where you get loans from a website, which is what people tend to like. Oh, that's the government place. You get a loan or a loan guarantee, which is so much more than that. And I've got a little bit of history with your agency, but I'll come back to that. Madam.
That's great. No, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your remarks to kick this off, because the SBA has transformed during COVID. I mean, I think, like me, what's why I was attracted back to the SBA. I served during the Obama-Biden administration as well as deputy chief of staff, and it's that there's so many mission-driven individuals here, many of them with interesting entrepreneurial backgrounds like mine. My grandmother was an entrepreneur, started a janitorial service firm that did large contracts. As well, my father started a chain of veterinary hospitals when I was 1. He bought his first one, and so it's really formative for me, that experience of really knowing all the challenges small businesses go through. In my career, I've started businesses as well as advised a lot of founders in everything from banking to light manufacturing. So it's we bring all that experience, that passion for what the impact small businesses have in their communities, on their main streets and business centers, solving global problems. Many of them are innovators. And we bring all that to us at the SBA because we're all about trying to help businesses start and grow and be resilient. And so it was really appropriate that the SBA stepped in to support with its incredible private partnerships on its lending side to be able to help as many small businesses impacted during COVID. And that it's really inspiration from all those stories that carry through our work. And, I think that believing that entrepreneurship is a powerful pathway to building generational wealth. And to really helping communities succeed and prosper. And coming now to the table with the Biden-Harris administration, the reason why I returned as well is that I'm all in on the equity piece and making sure we solve for some of these market inefficiencies where we underinvest in the communities, the very communities that are most entrepreneurial, right? Our women of color in particular, but people of color broadly and women are just starting businesses at such high rate. Yet those are the very people that have not been able to thrive as well. And so that's what drives us at the SBA. And we have access to capital, access to markets, and access to networks across our portfolio and programs to really support businesses. Because I think we all believe, and what I tell my team all the time, our small businesses are giants in our economy. They do create 2/3 of net new jobs and employ half the private workforce. And so we need to focus on leveraging all our portfolio to strengthen the ecosystems that support them so we can build back better.
So, little bit of personal context of why what you just said resonates so much to me, and I understand you also were a founder yourself. My great-grandfather was a slave. My grandfather, born in 1871, R.B. Smith, was probably a slave, even though the Civil War ended in 1865, because there was no Twitter or Instagram or something to send the message out to folks that this was all over. And people were probably not in that great of a hurry to let people know it was over either. So 1871, my grandfather became a farmer, probably a sharecropper back then, to work his way out of bondage. And in 1920 or so, that farm was worth $700. He gave birth to my father. My father became a business owner, a small business owner. And my father gave birth to me, and I'm an entrepreneur. So from slavery to farming or from sharecropping and farming to small business to entrepreneurship. My mother, similar story. And so this is in my bones. And I think about what you said, these numbers about this country. We obsess about the Fortune 500. But you have to correct me, Administrator, but I think it's 50 to 70% of all, the majority of jobs in this country come from small business owners. I know 98% of businesses in the city of Los Angeles are businesses with 100 employees or less, and that's one of the largest economies on the planet. And we have a 1 Million Black Business Initiative at Operation Hope in partnership with Shopify and Truist and a few others that is committed to create 1 million new black businesses in America. As you know, 96% of black businesses have no employees.
Right, and that's much higher than the general population of businesses. So
yeah, so look, I want you I want you to take over this session. The last few minutes we have left, I'd love to have spent more time because we did this at the last minute. Maybe you'll come back and we can drill down in your background. But the Biden-Harris administration is doing some extraordinary things for small business. You've already done some things. You got some things. Give us a sneak peek on what the audience who's watching here virtually and in person can expect from the administration to help the budding entrepreneur and small business to come up from nothing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and you mentioned it early on, and Biden-Harris administration in 2021 really tried to focus on how we could make sure that the COVID relief that the SBA has been putting out goes to those businesses who need it the most and who were not able to access it in 2020 when it first rolled out because of those historic barriers that we all are familiar with. We know the data that people of color are unable to access bank loans at the same rates, either excluded altogether or receiving it in lower amounts. And so in 2021, we made some key policy changes to enable more people to access and 96% of the loans went to businesses 20 and under with high results in low income and rural populations. And so really tried to shift our focus on
Sorry, Administrator, repeat that again.
Yeah.
96 what?
96% of the PPP loans in 2021 went to businesses with employees 20 and under, and to low-income and rural communities. That's right. And in fact, the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, gave us a positive report saying that we were able to reach the underserved, finally, that were excluded in previous rounds. And so it's really exciting. And that meant that we completely focused on the design and the implementation and the outreach of all of our relief programs, transforming them to make sure that we were getting the word out as much as possible to strong networks. And we're doing it on the remaining funds that are available within the COVID economic injury disaster loan. Now, this is a long-term affordable loan, 30 years, 3.75% interest rate with 2 years of deferred payments to really help our small businesses as the COVID pandemic continues to affect them. And we've tried to make sure that we're doing the right outreach from barbershops to churches and everyone in between to try to just make sure that they're aware of it. We've made it a simple mobile platform for $25,000 and under loans. We've sped up the process to take away the backlog that we had. We're trying to make things accessible, very customer centric, and that we're partnering with the right folks to make sure that we're getting this out. So that's really been our approach across all the programs. We've stood up 6 programs, new programs alone this year to try to help people during COVID and as part of the American Rescue Plan. And then broadly within the President's Build Back Better agenda, as we look to the future, we think there's great opportunity, and we want to make sure that women and people of color and veterans and other underserved populations are able to access opportunity, and that they have the capital that they need to be able to deliver against those contracts or deliver against those growth opportunities, and that they're enveloped with networks, a team from SBA, because we offer free advisors to enable them to achieve all of that. And so we want to improve success outcomes for our small businesses. And within the Build Back Better agenda and reconciliation that is being considered by Congress right now, we'll have SBA will have new investments to help our small businesses with direct lending, direct lending to make sure that we are reaching underserved to unable to access bank loans or affordable capital. We're going to be able to make sure that we're doing the right technical assistance outreach. I mean, just on our women's business centers alone, as an example, we've expanded the number of women's business centers to now over 130, including 6 at HBCUs. So we want to make sure that we are in the right places to meet our businesses where they are. And that's what we're really focused on at the SBA. And in addition to our wonderful resource partners that exist on the ground, we want to start working with trusted organizations who can work with us to build bridges to communities that have not been included in the financial markets as easily in the past. And that's our Community Navigator pilot program that we'll be rolling out this month, and focused on private partnerships to get the word out that there are resources here and that there are people here to help and make sure that you are able to achieve that success in your business and build a resilient business.
You know what, unfortunately we're out of time. We could talk all day about small business, but I'll leave with this. What I like about what you've done and the administration has done is finally the SBA means small business, not medium-sized business, not large business. You're actually trying to get you're trying to live your values, the Small Business Administration, and you're relentless about it. We can hear that in the passion of your voice. And let me just say to everybody watching this, I had a friend of mine call me, very prominent friend. He had qualified for a 3% loan. Well, John, I'm not SBA. I'm not sure I'm going to take this money, $150,000. What do you think? I said, man, when was the last time somebody offered you 3% money? When was the last time the government offered you 3% money? When was the last time the government offered you anything other than a tax bill? So I told him he should take the money. Is good, cheap. It's almost like investment capital, seed corn.
Yes.
And so, look, we're living in this moment in history. The doors are open to the SBA if you qualify, and you should take every opportunity that comes your way. This is unprecedented. Administrator, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Look forward to future
God bless you.
conversations.
I usually get a hug and kiss back there. But anyway, thank you, administrators. Was that interesting? Are you a small business out there? Raise your hands. All right, you know where to go to get some more money. It's my pleasure to introduce another tremendous public servant who brings decades of experience to the private sector, government, and nonprofits to the Department of Commerce. Most recently, he served as counselor to President Joe Biden during the 2020 presidential campaign. Previously, he served as counselor and domestic and economic policy director for the then Vice President Biden. Help me welcome the United States Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Don Graves. Welcome, Don.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here with you at the 2021 Hope Global Forum. Thank you, Maggie, for that kind introduction, and thanks to my good friend John for once again pulling together a tremendous gathering of some of the world's most impactful and thoughtful leaders to discuss the ways that we can build an economy that leaves no one behind. Yesterday, you heard the Secretary speak about our administration's Build Back Better agenda as it relates to equity in the care economy and our workforce. As we recover from the pandemic, leading with equity across our economy, an economy where no one is left behind, is more important than ever. It means closing the racial wealth gap, dismantling federal program barriers, building strategic partnerships with community organizations, and investing in underserved communities. Towards those aims, we're doing everything we can at the Department of Commerce to build an inclusive economy where women and minority businesses, workers, and entrepreneurs are empowered. We're providing more access to capital, contracts, and markets through our Minority Business Development Agency. We're prioritizing underserved populations in our regional economic development grants for technology, climate change resiliency, and job training. We're helping minority business exports their goods and services to global markets so that they can increase their customer base and profits. We're closing the digital divide by expanding broadband and high-speed internet for every American, so that minority businesses can compete in the 21st century economy. And we're supporting the President's goal of growing our federal contracting with small disadvantaged businesses by 50% in the next 5 years. We expect the contracting to generate an additional $100 billion for small disadvantaged businesses, and that's just a start. We believe advancing an inclusive economy applies within the government and the Department of Commerce. Last month, we launched the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Council to make sure equity permeates every aspect of our internal culture, as well as our grant programs for American communities and businesses. It's time to make these long overdue investments in our organizations and in our communities, because our economy can't fully recover until everyone can fully participate. We're making progress, but we still have more work to do, and we know the government can't solve these problems alone. We need partners like Operation Hope and all of you to get the job done. So thank you for all the tremendous work you're doing, and please stay in touch with us at the Department of Commerce so that together we can meet the demands of this moment and expand economic opportunity for all Americans.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Next, it is our great honor to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the #1 company in the Fortune 500 and the largest employer in the country, Walmart CEO, Doug McMillon. And of course, John Hope Bryant.
Where's he at? Doug!
What's up, John?
Hey, man. See, you got your rocking your Walmart gear.
Yep. How's it going so far?
We got to send you an Operation Hope jacket to put on. In fact,
Deal.
when I was stuck in the middle of the country a couple years ago before COVID, and the airlines had lost my luggage, and Shasha and I were driving somewhere in the middle of the country, or had to be driven because the flights wouldn't go. The only place I could find at midnight to get me a new wardrobe was Walmart. And I had such an attitude. I was like, oh, what am I gonna be able to wear at Walmart? I walked in there and I was dressed from head to toe. And it was beautiful stuff. I did it all for like $210 for a week. I had a week's wardrobe for $210. And I called Doug, and I probably put my jacket on, and I think he had the same one in his closet. I think I prefer his employee discount to the one I got. But Doug McMillon, have you guys heard me talk about a Woodruff era leader? I mentioned that. Do you guys remember that? I don't want to tell the story all over again. I don't want to waste our time. But the reason that's important is I think you're looking at right now one of the two or three Woodruff era leaders that are amongst us in corporate America today. You can go back and listen to the tape where I tell the whole story, but basically the CEO of Coca-Cola effectively forced the business community in Atlanta to honor Dr. King after he won the Nobel Peace Prize in the 1960s when they didn't want to honor him. And it was the right thing to do. They just didn't want to do it. And he compelled them to do it through leadership. Ed Bash and a few others, I think, qualify. You're going to see one today, by the way. Truist CEO, who's coming up. But Doug McMillon is a special human being. Fortune 500, the #1 Fortune 500 company in America. CEO of the #1, this is very significant. And he came up from nothing, literally. Like he was, what was your job, Doug, originally at Walmart?
My first job was unloading trailers at a warehouse trying to earn some money for school.
And how long ago was that?
100 years ago.
And then Doug married well. His wife is nicer than him, and he's pretty nice. And Doug's just a normal guy who just happened to hit the lottery. And he hit the lottery by working hard. Lottery meaning CEO of the largest company in the #1 Fortune 500 company in America with almost 2 million employees. And no, it's over 2 million employees, right, Doug?
Yeah, we've got about 2.2 million.
And so when I say he's a Woodruff era leader, I really mean he's quite special. Let's talk about a few of these things you've done. Then I want to, of course, get to our shared passion with financial literacy for all, for which Doug and I co-chair, and I've got to tell you all that story. But Doug, let's get into the meat of how you lead. You have raised the pay for your associates, I think is it $15 an hour? Help me out here.
Our average right now is a little over 18 with wages and benefits. What I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about how the whole system we're designing works.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think, we are a people business. We serve customers. We do that in stores and Sam's Clubs and now through an e-commerce business. And so technology is important, the supply chain is important, but ultimately, John, this is about people as life is about people. And we've got about 75% of our management team starts as an hourly associate in some job like I did. And there are many, many people working around here with a lot of tenure that started as someone who assembled bikes. The guy that leads all of our U.S. stores today started doing that. Our chief merchant started assembling bikes. Our president of the U.S. business started working in lawn and garden as an hourly associate. So our goal is to create this ladder or this system where you can start at any level and something of a meritocracy pulls you through. So we think about these rungs on the ladder, having them spaced in the right way and creating an opportunity for you to work hard, learn, to treat people well, and climb up. So we do focus on our hourly wage rates for full and part-time associates, but we also invest in healthcare, we invest in training. We created academies across the United States in more than 200 of our locations where we teach people not just things about retail math or running a retail business, but also things like empathy and how to serve people, things like that. And we also just this year announced that we're completely paying for a program we call Live Better You, where people can get college credit hours and work towards a degree in business, supply chain, technology, health. We've got about 52,000 people that have participated in that program so far. So again, it's opportunity. Like you show up and get started and no telling what you'll be able to do. And so we try to invest not only in a starting wage rate and keep those going up, and I think those rates are going to keep going up. They've gone up a lot this year. We've raised U.S. wages for about 1.5 million people in the last 12 months, and we'll keep doing that. But we've also had 300,000 promotions in the United States back to this opportunity we're trying to create.
Yeah, your chief global HR officer, Donna, female who is in a very key position. A lot of women I've run into at the higher ranks at Walmart. What you may not know is there's a Fortune 500 CEO today that effectively Walmart mentored up. Clearly she's an Atlanta native. Clearly she earned and deserved everything she's gotten on her own. But everybody needs somebody to open the door. Can you guess who this person is? Fortune 500 CEO, female, black. Doug?
Well, I know you're referring to Roz Brewer.
That's right.
Who is an outstanding leader, and I'm excited about what she's doing with her career. And I think, John, last time we counted, there are more than 20 companies now that have CEOs that came from Walmart.
Wow. In the larger corporate ecosystem, running big companies now?
Yeah, that's right. Brands like Hanes, Michaels, Target, Walgreens, eBay, and others.
Wow. Well, and Roz Brewer, black female, who now runs Walgreens, used to be CEO of Sam's Club, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah, came here from Atlanta and is doing an incredible job. And so this story is more than a narrative. It's, again, it's Dr. Dorothy Height's beautiful quote. I like Doug because he's a dreamer with a shovel in his hands. You don't have to question what Doug is doing. You just have to look at what Doug is doing. Let's talk a little bit about, Doug, about how you led, how your group led during the pandemic, during what I call the social justice reckoning for Black America. And let me say this, Doug called me one day and said, John, this is during, right after George Floyd's murder, and he said, I'm doing some diversity and inclusion training. Actually, I think it was racial sensitivity training for some of my leaders. Would you join in? And I was heading out of town, and you don't want to say no to Doug McMillon, but I was like, Doug, I'm black. I think I understand the issue. And Doug was like, well, no, just do me a favor and participate for a couple hours, and maybe you can teach me about what I might have missed. I should have known I was being suckered. So I signed up, and I figured I'd be on for a couple hours. It was a 2-day deal, and I stayed on the whole 2 days. I learned so much of what I thought I knew. Again, God gives you 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you listen twice as much as you talk. And what came out of that was that most ignorance is not malicious, it's not intentional. It's just people don't know what they don't know. It's what you don't know that you don't know that's killing you, but you think you know. And it's important for us to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and then to lean into each other. But the fact that Doug McMillon took 2 days out of his schedule as CEO, and he did this 3 or 4 different times with different groups, and nobody knows it unless I just told you, talking about racial reconciliation and understanding the plight of black. I sent him a note one day trying to explain 400 years of oppression, of black oppression to someone. And this person didn't want to hear it. Doug, what do I do in this situation? And Doug sent me an entire litany of history of Black America. And I actually think you probably qualify as an honorary black man, Doug McMillon.
I don't think so.
So what did 2020 mean to you in your bones, and how did that translate into how you lead?
Yeah, this period of time, John, that we're all in is pretty awful in many ways, and of course it's not over yet. At the same time, it's been inspirational to see how people have stepped up, and I know you're seeing the same thing. I've seen our own associates step up, people at store level, in our distribution centers, coming to work and serving when there are legitimate health concerns, putting themselves at risk, when it's been hard to hire in some cases. Things are getting better in that respect, but just doing the extra stuff that needs to be done to keep the supply chain moving. I've seen people from a supplier point of view step up. I've talked to customers who are going through hardship. And then we had these layers of things going on. The world was challenged before the pandemic started. Then you layer on a health crisis. Then you layer on this focus on racial equity that should have been there all along, but was sparked by a number of people that lost their lives, including George Floyd. And it gives you an opportunity. It gives you an opportunity to make a bigger difference. The situation's more flexible, more pliable than it was before because there's more of an open to listen. So what's happened here, and we've tried to extend this to our supplier base and our partners, is that we spend a lot of time listening and learning and then figuring out how to take some action. That's the one thing about Walmart's culture. You have to be careful what you say because people will do stuff. Like they make things happen. It's an execution-oriented company.
Right.
And in the case of racial equity, as you know, we doubled down on the things we were doing inside the company, more transparency, pay equity, promotions, all that kind of work to try and improve our situation. We employ something like 320,000 Black or African American people in the United States, so about 20% of our U.S. base, but only about 9% of our officers are Black or African American. So what's wrong with the system that's not creating equity, and how do you change that system? But we also, in addition to that, are trying to figure out a way to put all of our core business to work to create more equitable outcomes. Where do we send our purchase orders? Where do we put our money at night? What are we doing as it relates to healthcare and communities to strengthen communities and help improve the social determinants of health so that people in communities are stronger? And then lastly, we set up a Center for Racial Equity and funded it with $100 million to make strategic investments.
You did what?
Back to this whole thing's got to be connected, right? It's about people ultimately.
You did what? You put up $100 million for what?
It's called a Center for Racial Equity, and it's charitable giving aimed at programs that are working. And what we're trying to do is, again, take the core business and put it to work. And when we find something, like we've got a lot of work going on in urban Chicago right now that seems to be making a difference, then we make an investment through that center.
That's beautiful. You guys might have missed this, and those watching around the world, I want you to see what I see. He said this so normally, but this is classic Doug McMillon. If I caught you correctly, you mentioned that, I think, aren't you the largest employers of African Americans in the country? Is that still true?
Yeah, I think we are.
The largest employer of African Americans. But then you said in the same voice, the same breath, but only 9% of African Americans represent, if I understand what you said, in senior management. So that's a self-criticism. You're giving yourself a self-critique. Basically, that's you saying that's not good enough. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So that number, 20% of the base, but only 99% of the officers. So we have something like 500 officers of the company. Only 9% of those are Black or African American. Well, why? We've got a pool to pull from of 320,000 people. And you and I both know there are incredibly talented people in that group. What are we not doing or doing that prevents those folks from coming all the way through leadership?
Typically I've got to talk a minute to get people to see the person underneath the position. My guess is you see him very clearly all by yourself. Isn't that right? So, Doug, as we pivot here, I want to go, and I want you to talk about anything else that is really important to you that I may not have covered on this whole issue of social justice through an economic lens. But I called you at Christmas. I'm sure that I was not the Santa Claus call you were expecting, but I called you at Christmas, and I said, Doug, I believe financial literacy is a civil rights issue of our generation. It's on the level of the right to vote 50 years ago, health wellness 10 years ago, health care 20 years ago, women's suffrage, the right to vote for women 70 years ago. I think that 2020 underscored how relevant this is for all people, whether you're white, black, red, brown, or yellow. You want to see some more green. And most people have too much month at the end of their money, and they're struggling and they're suffering. And 2020 underscored that. And as I recall, before I could get that sentence out of my mouth, you just said, yes, I agree with you, and we should do something. Is that right?
That is right.
And and then you start, and I said, well, I think we should create a coalition of the willing, a movement in the suites, not just a campaign that is reflective of protests in the streets. We need to partner in the business suites. And I said, will you help me? And not only did you say you help me, you then said, can I call your friend Bob? What I didn't know was his friend Bob was a CEO of Disney. So while I'm talking to him, he's texting the CEO of Disney saying, hey, can we talk? So he then hangs up from me, he calls the CEO of Disney, And Disney CEO, yeah, this is really great. We could do some content around that. He calls me back, and he says, well, who else should we get? And I said, well, I just called him with an idea. I don't know. I'm just waking up from Christmas. And so he says, well, we need some content. Well, how about Khan Academy? I didn't even know he knew what Khan Academy was. So he then calls, I called Sal Khan through Tony Ressler. I also called Tony Ressler, get him grouped in. He called the CEO of Bank of America, because Bay of A was funding Khan Academy, got them in. Then I think he called Roz Brewer, thank God, we needed her. And you basically called everybody.
It was a team effort, and you and I know that, there are a lot of leaders, a lot of people that get the foundational issue that you raised, and that is that if people don't understand money and they don't understand how to build wealth, it doesn't matter in some cases how much money they're making. I think it's particularly important if you're not making much that you understand what debt can do, you understand compounding interest, you understand what a little bit of savings early in life can mean, things like that. Because if you have that, you got a shot. Right. There's hope. You can be better off, your family can be better off. And I don't think it's an accident at all, of course, that Dr. King's work included work on poverty. And we serve all kinds of customers in the United States. We serve people with money, we serve people without much money, right. And we want to help them. And this is just one more way for us, not only with our customers, but with our associates too, to try and help strengthen communities and strengthen the country. So I was grateful that we had that conversation. I'm really excited to be part of it.
And we have, so Financial Literacy for All has 5 objectives. You can go to fl4a.org, the website, to see who the members are. We've gotten 35 members of the Fortune 200, along with the NBA commissioner and the NFL commissioner in the last 4 months. And I'll tell you in a minute what our ultimate objective, no, I'll tell you right now. Last time Doug and I spoke 2 times ago, we said this thing has real momentum, it's gotten real traction, we should do more. And so I was thinking about, well, I'm thinking another 100 members or so. And Doug said to me, can I say it, Doug?
Sure.
Doug says to me, this is really important for the nation. We shouldn't wait, and we should not think small. We should think big. This is him now, we should target to get 80% of the Fortune 500 to be members of Financial Literacy for All by March of 2022. That's the kind of leadership we need in this country, are people who are bold and audacious and caring for others, not just for themselves. The final question, Doug, to you as we close, why do you care so much? It boggles my mind. What's in your bones that causes you to care so deeply about these issues? And you know these issues like the back of your hand. This is not something foreign to you. Why?
Well, I could ask you the same question, and you and I know other leaders that care a lot too. Why work so hard and find yourself in a spot where you can potentially make a difference and not take full advantage of it? I happen to be a Christian, and I have a set of values. But even if I wasn't, just using your head, you're in a spot to potentially help a lot of people. Why not maximize that? And I don't ever want to look back on this part of my life and not have taken full advantage of it. So I think as you and I have reached out, we found a lot of like-minded people, that coalition of the willing, John, that you were talking about. And there will be all kinds of things happen, and they're starting now to try and make a difference as it relates to serving people and helping with financial education and financial literacy, financial acumen, that will be done through companies, and it'll touch millions of people. And if we can be successful in getting the school systems and others to help us tackle this thing, we can make a huge difference in this country and enable a lot of other good to be unlocked. And I appreciate your partnership, and I'm really enjoying our relationship as we try to figure this out.
As we close, I want you to see what real action looks like from PhD to PhD 2 in less than 6 months. Here's what Doug and I have ideated into action. Here are the members of Financial Literacy for All. Founding members: Walmart, Bank of America and their CEO, Disney and their CEO, Delta Airlines and their CEO, NBA, their commissioner, PayPal, Dan, who was here 2 days ago, and their CEO, NFL commissioner, Walgreens and their CEO, Ares Management, their CEO, Khan Academy, their CEO, their founder, partner organizations, BlackRock, FICO, First Horizon Bank, iHeartRadio, MasterCard, NASDAQ, Nextdoor, Santander, Time Magazine, Truist Bank, Uber, US Bank, and the list continues. Doug McMillon, I love you, man. Let's go change the world together.
Thank you, Doug.
In our institution, I mean, we're fundamental believers. If you build your community, you build your bank. And we sort of have to start with that framework, and building your community is key. And we have a great opportunity with Operation Hope, particularly physically located in our branches. We get to be the bank that says how versus the bank that says no.
We're very excited to have our next guest join us in person. Please welcome the CEO of Truist. You heard a little bit about it yesterday, but a lot more now, Mr. Bill Rogers, along with John Hope Bryant, founder and CEO of Operation Hope.
Yeah, the Bill Rogers fan club. I don't know if Bono walked in the room or Bill Rogers.
When you're a big company, John, you can bring your own cheering section. So.
Okay, fair enough. Like your kicks, by the way.
Trying to hang with you.
So Bill Rogers is one of those Woodruff era leaders that I mentioned. Hi, mommy. Bill Rogers is a friend. Not just a friend to me, but a friend to community. Bill Rogers is, I say this very respectfully, he's weird. Because he's not anything you'd imagine. He's understated, sedate, really low key. I don't think I've ever heard him raise his voice or get riled up. But he's deeply passionate, and he deeply cares. And he says what he means, and he means what he says, and he does what he commits to. And we've had a long relationship, and I've tried not to call you when I was in trouble or when the relationship wasn't going the way what I thought it was over the years. I tried not to call you, but what I didn't know was that you were in the background, you were aware of everything. We don't have time to go over the long course of our relationship. I would, though, love for you to tell the story of when we first met and Jim Wells and what was going through your mind. So the former CEO of then SunTrust was a guy named Jim Wells. And Jim Wells, another cool guy, believed in me. And we got introduced at a luncheon or something. And you were looking at me really strange at that luncheon and didn't say much. What was going through your head?
Well, since you started by referring to me as weird, I'm going to tell you exactly what was going through my head. I thought, okay, Jim, who is this guy? Where is he coming from? What's he thinking about? He is standing up, he's waving his hands, he's moving all around. We're in a banking environment. This is formal. We're sitting at a formal lunch, and this guy's all over the place. But then I actually heard what you had to say. And
also, is he real?
It was real, and I heard what
question every banker asks: is he real?
Is he real?
Or she?
but I was listening to what you had to say, and it was, which, you know, at the time in the environment, this was in the middle of the crisis. Banks were not.
Oh, that's right.
Remember, I mean, banks were not in great shape.
2009-ish.
Yes, our reputation was not great, and most of the meetings were about things that we weren't doing, and why aren't you doing this, and why have you done this, and your meeting was about what can we do. And that really just resonated with me, is let's talk about what we can do. Let's lean forward. Let's not vilify anybody for the past. Let's not choose sides. Let's not put labels on anything. Let's just actually get together and talk about what we can do. Now, I'll also say, and I have no idea why Ambassador Young has befriended me, but it is one of my cherished moments. I did call him right after our meeting and said, "Who is this guy?" And he said, "Look, he's the real deal, and I'm behind him. We're partners, and our styles are different, but our message is the same." Boy, from that point on, I was all in.
Do you remember the special trip we took? I think it was from Atlanta to Memphis, and we had to both pinch ourselves. We had Reverend C.T. Vivian.
I'll tell you where it was. It was one of the many times that I bet against you, John.
Okay.
As you told me, he said, "I'm going to get a building at the Treasury named for the Freedmen's Bank." And I happen to actually know that there was another effort underway to name that building something else. And I know how government moves. I said, "John, you'll never get that done." But I said, "If you do, I'll show up." Well, you did it. And in a very short period of time, so I did show up. I went for the celebration at Treasury, which was just fantastic.
Oh, that's right.
That's where we were. And
so we went to D.C.
We went to D.C.
That's right.
And Ambassador Young and C.T. Vivian, and then we all came back together.
Reverend C.T. Vivian, God rest his soul.
Right.
Ambassador Andrew Young, two
Right.
Presidential Medal of Freedom awardees.
And I will say, and I'm so glad you brought that up, you think about seminal moments in your life and impact moments in your life. We spent about 2.5 hours together, just the four of us. By the way, for all of you, John Hope Bryant didn't say anything in 2.5 hours. So some of you may not be able to believe that actually happened, but I witnessed it. But you and I sat there like students in a PhD class.
Yeah.
On the civil rights movement, and to listen to those two icons and the detail at which they shared their experience, was, this police officer reached out to us in Jacksonville. His name, remember what was his name? And
right.
Just the level of detail was amazing. But the other thing,
the exact date.
The exact date, time, where they were. It was amazing. Their recall. But also the discussion about, what the next phase of the civil rights movement was, which was the civil rights movement. And Ambassador Young and C.T. Vivian went into some detail about what the next phase was going to look like. And the fact that I think we're all in that now, I walked away from there feeling an incredible sense of responsibility to those two incredible gentlemen.
And is there something obvious in your background that, again, I'm always fascinated with why people care so much. And I want to pivot to our work here in a second. But is there something, I know you have a very cool wife. I know your dad, your granddad was a pharmacist, I think, here, and a small business owner.
Yeah.
But none of this none of this connects with the Black or underserved experience per se. Is there a reason?
Well, my grandfather was a pharmacist, but he died when my father was 10 years old, unexpectedly, on a business trip to New York. And, just listening through my father's experience, watching how their life changed. No buy-sell agreement with his partner at the pharmacy, no financial planning. So they went from being, upper middle class to they took boarders into their house.
Wow.
My father had to deliver the paper every morning. He worked all the time to help support his two sisters. And my grandmother, was an emergency room, nurse at the VA hospital. And so I got to experience vicariously just listening to my father. He never really talked about it.
Yeah.
That was just part of the experience, right? You're living it at the time.
Yeah.
to just see how life can change without planning like that, completely unexpectedly. My father passed a little while ago, and I was looking through these photo albums, and the photo albums before were beach trips, great living, and you could just watch the demarcation. Then there were no photos of that kind of, picnics and spirits. It was just completely different. So that was an awakening for me that this concept of financial planning, this concept of being prepared, this concept of having a plan is really, really critical. And I just, again, vicariously saw it experienced in my own family.
Something now for the first time, Bill, makes sense to me. It didn't click into this moment. You called me one day, it had to be a decade ago, and you asked me the most curious, strange question.
Was it weird?
It was weird, yeah. And you were going to give a speech for the Rotary Club or something, and you're like, John, tell me about this financial education thing. It has to be more. You were making a statement, but you're asking the question to confirm the statement was correct. John, financial education seems to be much more than a brochure and a website. I mean, this can't be all that's in this. It has to be more. Is that right, John? I feel this is really passionate. I feel passionate about this. It's a lifeblood issue. And I didn't know where that came from until this moment. That's your grandfather and your father and that demarcation mark speaking.
Right.
And if it happened to a white man who's relatively privileged in society, imagine what could happen to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they made it through. And for another family from different circumstances, that might not have been the case.
And you also understand this, and I wrote this in my book, Up From Nothing, these three mentalities: the surviving mentality, the thriving mentality, and the winning one. A winner is a builder, thriving is the middle class. But most of America, unfortunately today, is the surviving mentality. Right. They're depressed, they're distressed, they're overwhelmed, of all races of people, and they're being preyed on, by the way, by not only financial predators, but with all due I'll say respectfully, political predators and other people who are preying on their insecurities and their fears. And our conversations have always been just the opposite. We're trying to say, how do we lift people
Has to be.
up? So I'm gonna say something I don't think I've ever said to an audience in public. More than any one person responsible, Hope Inside is now 180 locations, heading to 250 physical locations, heading to over 1,000 locations, thanks to a $20 million commitment, by the way, from Truist. But more than any one person, and it's a national model, and it's Hope Inside the Workplace, and it's Hope Inside Disaster, and we partner with Homeland Security and FEMA, and we've been heralded by the federal government, all this stuff. But more than any one person responsible for that is Bill Rogers, and here's why. I called Bill one day, and I had these Hope Inside locations that were the Hope Centers, and they were self-contained buildings, 5,000 square feet. And a bank that I won't mention the name of called me and basically said, we're pulling the plug. We're not funding this anymore. Right. And I was scrambling, like, what do I do? And it was almost the best. Don't be afraid of your problems. Don't be afraid of your challenges. Rainbows only follow storms. Sometimes if you can keep your wits about you, it creates an even better opportunity. So versus just sitting there moping about and whining about, like my funding just got cut, I sat there and thought, I said to Lance Triggs, who's here somewhere, this is great. He's like, no, it's not great. I got a bunch of people I got to pay. I said, this is great. Let's reimagine our model, because I was almost locked into the funding. I couldn't stop because I was locked into the funding.
Right.
So now I'm reimagining the model. So I called you. I said, I'd like to put a Hope Inside in your bank branch. And I think you almost hung the phone up. And it had never happened in U.S. history, a nonprofit operating inside of a bank branch. Right. And you thought about it for a minute. Do you remember what you told me?
Yeah, well, I don't remember the exact words, but it was an all-in, and just the opportunity to change the dialogue, because, unfortunately, when we have to say no a lot.
Yep.
And we wanted the opportunity to figure out how to say yes, and how to say the future, and we saw this as that kind of opportunity.
And he wasn't saying yes to me, he was saying banks, unfortunately, are in a position of having to say no to customers because they aren't qualified for the loan. The credit score is too low, you don't qualify, so they're in the no business. And he wanted to get in the yes business. But let me tell the story. So I'm sitting in his office, I'm sorry, I called you, and I was in your office another time, and you said, John, I'm willing to do this, but don't ask me for a dollar figure. You got to trust me. I'm going to trust you in my bank branches, but you got to trust me. Don't ask me for a dollar figure. Let me figure it out. And as much as I wanted to get that money, I just had to let it go. So I trusted you, and it worked. And we produced results. And the next, you came back and you said, well, let's double it. We went from one location to 3, and 3 to 5, and then 5 to 25. So one day I got a check. I was going to get $1 million check, and I'm sitting in, I've never told you this story. I'm sitting in your office, and this is entrepreneurs, dreamers, this is a lesson for you now. I'm sitting in his office. He said, John, congratulations. You got $1 million grant from then SunTrust, now Truist. Congratulations. And I'm talking to him about, I have a dream just like Dr. King and Ambassador Young, and oh, this is going to happen, and that's going to happen, and oh, Bill. And Bill looked at me and he said, John, take yes for an answer and get out of my office before I take the money.
Like that. John, I think what we wanted to accomplish, and I think we're trying to do this again, is the goal was to be the pebble in the pond.
Be the what now?
Be the pebble in the pond.
Right.
Be innovative and try things and be the place where hope can experiment.
Yeah.
And we can build things and work together. And some things have worked really well, some things not as well. But then try to create the pebble in the pond so the scale can happen everywhere.
Right.
And we did that with the first couple, and we're doing that again.
Yep.
We're creating this, because what we determined was together, as one counselor, one branch, that wasn't as scalable.
Right.
That was going to take a long time to build.
Right.
So this concept of a hub and a spoke.
Right.
A counselor, let's use all our digital
Using
resources,
technology.
let's use technology, let's use this hub and the spoke. So we're going to go from, dozens and hundreds of locations to 1,000 locations, creating this hub and spoke with 50. Yeah. So the concept of, innovating, and by the way, innovation's easy, innovation at scale is hard.
Right.
And so what we're trying to do together, and what Hope is doing, is let's innovate at scale. Let's make the big difference, and let's make the bolder movements. And so we're really proud to be at this concept of the pebble. Now, maybe we're a boulder in a pond now versus a pebble. We want to be something a little bit bigger.
$20 million is a boulder.
But the concept is to build ripples along the way. And
by the way, we've earned it. Bill made sure we earned it. No one gave us anything. And we had to go back, by the way, to the federal government and get what's called the FFIEC, which is the Joint Regulatory Agencies, to allow us to operate inside of a bank branch. And we were the first nonprofit to do that as well. There's a lot of work in here. And we had some failures, by the way, along the way. I called Bill about, it was a disaster that we wanted to respond to, and Bill was open to it. And we weren't ready, my team wasn't ready. So when Bill assigned his team to work with my team, he found my team was lacking. Jennifer, this was before you. It was before, and this was, I don't know how many years ago, 8 years ago, something. And you called me, and you're like, John, this one didn't work. We're gonna have to back off. And for 2 or 3 years, we were in a desert in that portfolio, not overall, but we couldn't come back to you on that because we had to make sure that our systems worked. And so you can't just rely on a relationship. You can't just rely that you know somebody. You can't just say, oh, so that person's gonna hook you up because they know you. That's not the way the world works. What we want, ladies and gentlemen, is the James Brown version of affirmative action. Open the door, I'll get it myself.
Yeah.
That's what we want. We want a hand up, not a handout. Yeah. And the second thing I learned from our conversations, and I've said you're weird only because you don't talk that much. Like, it's the most words I've heard from you in a decade. And he's just a man of few words, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care and there's not a lot going on. He's talking right now, he's just talking to himself. And what I've learned from Bill is don't use 20 words when 2 will do. And again, the banker's not normally funny, but I thought it was hilarious when I'm sitting in your office and you were non-emotional, just like, see, I got you to laugh, I got you to smile, non-emotional, just like that. And you looked at me and you said, I hope I can get this quote right, John, take yes for an answer and get out of my office before I change my mind. and I booked it. I got out of there, took my $1 million.
In our business, it's called selling beyond the close.
Right. Don't keep talking. They may take the money back. So, what in closing, Bill? What advice do you have for other leaders? This perception, you can't do well and do good at the same time. You can't do well by doing good. Somehow this is a zero-sum game. If you're investing in community, somehow that's a negative on your balance sheet. I don't believe it at all. I actually think that the opposite is true, but it doesn't matter what I say. It matters what you say as the sixth largest bank in America and now CEO. And by the way, thank you, Kelly King, for all of his contributions.
Absolutely.
What advice do you have for leaders?
I think, the mantra that I've lived by is to be purposeful and to run a purpose-led company. I think people want to work for companies that are purpose-led. I think they want to do business with companies that are purpose-led. They want to work in the community with companies that are purpose-led, that stand for something bigger. And the real connection happens, and we talk about this with all of our teammates, is when your personal purpose connects with your company's purpose. That's when the flywheel happens.
Yep.
And sometimes it's a Venn diagram that are right on top of each other. My personal purpose and the company's purpose are right on top of each. Sometimes it's not exactly perfect, but I promise you'll find the connection. Our company's purpose is to inspire and build better lives and communities. My personal purpose is to take care of my corner. That fits right sort of on top of each other. So we talk to our teammates about explore your personal purpose. What are you here to do? What difference do you want to make? We all have a personal purpose. And if that connects and we make that connection with the work they do every day and the company's purpose, there's no stopping us. And that's, for leaders, I think that's the key, is make that connection to purpose, because people have to have a reason to do what they're doing. I just fundamentally believe that. We don't get up every day saying we want to make more loans or get more deposits. We want to inspire and build better lives and communities. That's what we get up.
Which will bring the profits.
100%.
Yeah.
Build your community, build your bank, all those things.
And I want to end, we're over time, but I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I want to end with my advice for strivers trying to come up. Don't sell or spend beyond your substance. Don't sell or spend or sell the dream beyond your substance. Folks who are real will be able to look you straight in the eye and see the game. I guarantee you. So I hear people all the time telling me things that I know they know aren't true. I know, they know, we both know it's a lie. Why are you telling me this? You had me at hello. I liked you. I thought you were cool. And then you lied to me to my face. Do you really think I'm now going to invest in you? Do you really think I'm now going to trust you? And then we wonder why we don't succeed. Bill doesn't mind you saying you screwed up yesterday. He saw your credit report. Just tell him the truth. I had a bankruptcy 7 years ago. I worked my way out of it. I had whatever the thing, I had a bankruptcy because I had a divorce. Half of America gets a divorce. It doesn't make you a problem. It just means that life happened to you. If you're just honest and you're forthright with even a banker, what they're seeing now is integrity. They're seeing truth and honesty, which counts when they're reviewing whether they want to loan you money. A saint is a sinner that got up. Embrace all of you. Be proud of all of you. And bring all of you to every meeting.
100%.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Rogers.
You don't have to know how to make a TikTok video, but you do have to be ready to take back your life. Visit operationhope.org.
Our next guest is the former U.S. Secretary of Commerce under President Bill Clinton and Chief of Staff for President Obama. He is currently the Vice Chair of Public Affairs for Wells Fargo. Please welcome Bill Daley and John Hope Bryant. And here they come. Okay, so they're not here yet. But let me tell you something. What you just heard on that short video was, please become a part of Operation Hope. Don't just attend the Hope Global Forum and not become part of the organization, because it is very important. They're very forward-thinking, and they want to not just be the ripple, as Bill was just saying, but also make a change for everyone and help you gain economic empowerment, as you probably will never have a friend better than Operation Hope, because they want you to succeed and they want you to have the best that your life can offer. And I will also once again reiterate, please be registered to vote, get your vaccine. Actually, you wouldn't be in here if you didn't have your vaccine. But registering your vote and then go and vote, is one of the most powerful tools you will ever have in your life. And plus, it makes you feel good too. A vote can change. Look at Georgia, prime example of what they could do. It wasn't just one person, it was many. And no matter how many recounts they do, it still came out solid. So Georgia, we thank you. That's my dad's home state from years ago. He was born in Dublin. I don't know if anybody's even heard of that now. But I will tell you, Herschel Walker is also from Dublin, Georgia. So it's changed the way that people realize, and we, in minority black audience here, really do have power. And it begins with us each as an individual. So hope you're enjoying today, and let me see if I need to keep talking. All right, once again, Bill Daley. I think of him when we had family and relatives that lived in Chicago, and the Daleys were in charge for a long time. Thank you very much for joining us. Here you go. Thank you.
That was really funny. I can't tell you why I was delayed, but it was really funny. Bill Daley just might be one of the 10 most consequential people ever to grace this stage. He has no idea what I'm about to say, and he's slightly terrified of where I'm going.
I am. That's honest.
Thank you for trusting me. Bill Daley is vice chairman of Wells Fargo, which is one of the largest money center banks in the world. We'll get into that. They've had great moments. They've had interesting moments. They've had bad moments. They're beginning to have great moments again. That's the backstory for this conversation. Because you don't do business with companies or governments, you do business with people. It's about relationships. Who do you have a relationship with? And Bill, in this room, you were with Ambassador Young last night, we both were, that special moment. This is the room that Dr. King gave his last SCLC annual meeting with Andrew Young and others, planning the Poor People's Campaign in 1967. And the reason I say to you that Bill Daley is one of the most consequential people ever to grace the stage of Hope Global Forum is because of the life he's lived and his father. You're looking at political history sitting right here. So you know he's the vice chairman of Wells Fargo. Okay. He was also chief of staff to the first black president in the history of the United States of America, President Barack Obama. He was also Secretary of Commerce, U.S. Secretary of Commerce, for some, with some joke in the black community, was really the first black president, President Bill Clinton. His brother was mayor of Chicago. His father was the dean of politics and the mayor of Chicago. I'm gonna go one step further. And there's only so much of this I have license to say, and Bill can go as far as he wants. I don't think there would have been a President John F. Kennedy if there wasn't a Mayor Bill Daley. Pretty powerful statement. Bill, help the audience walk back through history around the same time that Dr. King was campaigning for not only civil rights, but social justice and economic empowerment. He was also in Chicago, we know that. But let's back up a little bit to you being a child and seeing interesting phone calls come in for your father from a certain John F. Kennedy.
Yeah, John, thank you for the opportunity to speak and to engage at this forum. We're proud as Wells Fargo to be part of this in trying to make America a better place and make our company a better place.
Yep.
I am fortunate, come from a big family. There were 7 of us. I was the youngest. By the time I think they came to me, it was like, okay, whatever you want. So I engaged a lot with my dad as a young kid, as we were all active in politics. Kennedy and my dad had a long relationship, friendship. Obviously, the opportunity as a Catholic, Irish Catholic American to see the first Catholic president was a big piece of the enthusiasm that my dad had for him.
Yep.
It was groundbreaking. And so he and my dad were close. So he would call the house, we'd answer the phone, talk to him. He was very personal, a great politician. And he was part of the change that was coming to America, culturally, socially, racially, and that was coming to all of America. And my dad is mayor of a city that was very conscious of race and the difficulties and the opportunities. And politically, my dad, in addition to being mayor, was chairman of the Democratic Party, which some people thought was as powerful as being mayor, to be frank with you. When you put those together, it was pretty powerful. Old system, old days. But he saw in Kennedy a real generational shift and an opportunity to make America better. It was ended, obviously, rather dramatically. But we had chances to go to the White House the day after the inauguration. We were next to Harry Truman. We were the second guests there. And I told John a story. So I was 11 years old, and we're sitting in the cabinet room waiting for the president to come from the residence next to the Rose Garden. And then you fast forward, that was in 1961, January. And you fast forward to January of 2011, and my wife and I are sitting at the same exact table looking out, and there is President Obama coming for the residents over to greet us, to then announce me as his chief of staff. And I thought, what a change in America, and what an opportunity for me to be part of that history. So lots of other things politically and business-wise I've been fortunate to be in. But I have to say, your dinner last night, to listen to Ambassador Mayor Young, and I've had the opportunity to be around him a few times, and obviously he is as sharp as ever. But he is one of the most consequential people I have met in my life. And I've had a pleasure of meeting. But when you see how he views his life and what's happened in the life of America, it's really phenomenal to listen to him and his insights. So I've been lucky.
Yeah,
You're lucky.
You leaned over to me and you're like, my God, he's just sharp as a tack. I mean, he doesn't miss a beat. And 89 years old, does not miss a beat.
And the way he not only remembers things, obviously, from 50, 60 years ago, but how he puts it in the context of today for younger people and the issues of today. That's, to me, the most remarkable. He's not just telling stories.
Yep.
he's taking those events and what was maybe going on then and interpreting them today for us today.
Yep. And let's go back, agreed. Let's go back to your father for just a moment. When Kennedy was assassinated, well, I guess let's step back. No, this is right, the right timeline. When Kennedy was assassinated, you said something happened to your father that you'd only seen one other time in your life. What was that?
He cried that evening. It was Friday, the 22nd of November, and the only other time I saw him cry was when his father passed away. Mm-hmm. And it was, as a little kid, you're like kind of stunned. And it was that impactful to him because he saw so much hope for America in Jack Kennedy. And then there was the period of, now what? And he then aligned very closely and was close with Lyndon Johnson before. Lyndon Johnson once said he was the only politician he met when he was trying to get support to run against Kennedy who told him the truth and said, no, I'm with Kennedy. Everybody else tried to fudge because he was the Senate Majority Leader and they didn't want to offend him. My dad just said, sorry, not with you.
And there's all these stories which we can't tell about your dad and phone calls that came in from different people, including Johnson. But as we pivot here, Dr. King came to Chicago. It wasn't all peaches and creams. It was a very tough campaign. Your father was stuck in the middle of these political dynamics and headwinds, and he did as best he could to I guess, negotiate his way through that as a politician. Looking back in hindsight, do you think that there was any clearer pathway, or we were just in a messy place in America at that time?
To be very honest with you, John, listening to Ambassador Young speak of that time, and the perception is that Martin Luther King and the movement and my dad were all this. And listening to the ambassador, the nuance of everybody kind of understood their roles, and they were all trying to move together, both limited by their experiences or their movement. Or my dad, who he came from a different generation. I'm the mayor. I've got to balance this. And it was a very different city, and I think we oftentimes, when we look at history, especially today, we want to look at it based upon the world as it is today.
That's right,
and not understand and appreciate, and that's where I think, again, Ambassador Young so perceptively explains that difference. And I think, especially for young people today, they should have that sort of lens that they look at history through.
Constantly improving. And this is why, so now I'm pivoting to you, because that's you. You're like a constant software upgrade. We've had these conversations, so let's now go to, I've become friends with Charlie Scharf, your CEO. I've known him for a long time. I consider us friends. And Charlie got into a bit of a mess culturally during the 2020 year of sensitivity, where I don't think he said the right things that comported with his heart. He's a good man. I've met him. I think he's a decent human being. As I told Charlie, as I told you, I think Charlie lived in a bubble. He grew up in a bubble. He was privileged. It's like the Ambassador Young will say to people, it's not your fault that you were born white. It's not my fault that I was born black, but it's our responsibility from this day forward to try to be the best people we can to bridge these gaps. And that's what I said to Charlie, and I said to you. And the beauty was, in a private room, nobody listening, you guys were open. You guys were open to what was being said to you. You're open to a new understanding. Charlie didn't get his back up when I told him, I think just the truth. He had the privilege of his background. It's not his fault. But he was trying to say, okay, what he's done now, by the way, is I think he's opened his lens. But if there was a book that you should write, I think it should be Counselor. Because you were counselor to your dad, counselor to your brother, counselor to the nation as Secretary of Commerce, which I think is your best, which is probably one of your favorite positions, Secretary of Commerce. Counselor to our first black president, counselor to President Clinton. And now you're counselor to Charlie Scharf. I mean, your office is right next to Charlie's. When I was in there, he proudly pointed to Bill Daley's office next door, even you weren't there. And clearly he respects your counsel. And I firmly believe rainbows only follow storms. You and I had a half dozen conversations during that time. And we didn't agree on everything, but you always listened. And you valued what was being said to you, and you went back and thought about it, and then you empowered Darlene Goins and others to, Gigi and others to move on these things. And a year later, I go back in, and you guys have actually done a lot of the things that I didn't think you were going to do. You have moved on diversity and inclusion. You made senior. Tell the guys.
Well, yeah, you know, when Charlie's comments came out, and one can argue whether they're misinterpreted, blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Charlie embraced an apology immediately and meant it, and we talked about it. It was either a crisis or an opportunity.
Right.
And he really took an opportunity, and we began to look at some of the immediate actions he took to not only create a senior person on our operating committee for diverse equity and inclusion, not focused just on inside of what our employment face looked like, but more importantly, or as importantly, what we do as a bank in communities of color, and how and obviously the financial industry has a long history and a bad history, to be frank with you. And I can say that not having been in it my whole life, but it's the reality. And I think there is an acknowledgement. Your previous speaker from Truist, you know, it's the new leadership of the world and of America that's going on that I think understands that. So we've made lots of changes. We've engaged on our products. We've engaged in one of the things I'm most proud of is Charlie announced even before the George Floyd murder and the awakening that seemed to come from that, a $50 million investment in MDIs. I come from Chicago, where minority
depository
institutions,
minority banks,
which were numerous in Chicago, and they've shrunk. Those that have been around were really struggling and are still struggling. But when you look at some of them, 100 years old, surviving through the Great Depression, through all of the crisis, the economic crises we've had, but still in business, and many of them still family-owned businesses, I thought it was important that we engage with those institutions, not just with capital, but with our capabilities, technology-wise, ATMs. How can we help them? Because those banks are foundations in communities that people, especially small businesses, depend on, and some businesses that never have had a bank account. So we were the first bank. Now many other banks have stepped forward. When the PPP program came along, Charlie made the decision we would take all of our gross fees, which amounted to about $420 million, and invest those back into small businesses through CDFIs, through financial counseling, and we've got the last $100 million we're going to give away. Again, focused on small businesses, primarily in Black and Hispanic communities. And our next plan that we're going to announce very shortly is going to be really unique for small businesses. So I think it's given us an opportunity to re-engage in communities that we weren't that engaged. As a business opportunity.
That's right.
Not as a social service organization. We aren't. We give a lot of money away, but that's in furtherance of our bank, and the only reason we have money to give away is because we make money.
So this is a very important point. And I was with Charlie 2-3 weeks ago. The meeting was supposed to be a 20, 30-minute, what I call a courtesy call, and it went for an hour and a half. And it was mostly him talking. In fact, very much like the Bill Rogers conversation, I said to myself at about an hour, 10 minutes, I looked at my watch and said, I need to get out of here before he asked me to leave. But we were just having such a robust, important conversation. And he said at the end, John, we're about to pivot here, and we see the bottom of the economic pyramid as a huge opportunity for growth for the bank, and we want to do that really well. And I love that because when you're talking about philanthropy, and by the way, when we were talking one day, I remember you saying our foundation gives away a couple $100 million, whatever the number is every year. I'm not sure what the effectiveness is of that. We do give it away every year. We should be making sure this is impactful. Let's reimagine it. Again, you're always challenging even yourself to do better. Let me acknowledge, by the way, Wells Fargo was the first major bank to back Operation Hope after the Rodney King riots in 1992 in South Central Los Angeles. Be clear about that. You were the first bank I served on the advisory board of. Lynn Pike was your market president in Los Angeles after the Rodney King riots. You were the first bank to give me credibility. Your then vice chairman put his arms around me and said, this is a good guy, and backed me. I don't know if you know that history, but, and I've been a customer of you guys for 30 years. And so I have seen you go through your ups and your downs and your iterations. I actually think you're on an upswing now that's very meaningful. And I think it's it's all about how you and Charlie and the team have responded to crisis. Life is about 10% what life does to you and 90% how you respond to it. You didn't react to it emotionally, you responded to it intelligently. So when you're trying to get philanthropic dollars, the bucket is really small because it's a percentage of profits. You follow me? You can only give, even if you want to distribute money like a socialist, you got to first collect it like a capitalist. I'm giving you guys some funny stuff. It's just going right over your head. But if you're making a market opportunity, a business opportunity, how big is the marketing budget? Right. How big is the business development budget? Those budgets are enormous, billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars. You're unlocking, when people take you seriously, you're unlocking other buckets that don't exist when it's just about charity. So I love that they're expanding the lens. And what Charlie told me in our meeting, Bill, was he has expanded his view of the world in which we live in, and it's benefited him as a human being and the bank. And he was so comfortable in his own skin in that saying, and I just think that's a testament to his leadership. It's also a testament to you being a great advisor.
Well, I've enjoyed working with him because he is open.
Yeah.
And the way you described his reaction when all of that happened last fall, he was like stunned.
Yep.
People would think
Yep.
that what they were interpreting, he said, he felt.
Yeah.
And it was. And he told the story that he went to there's a conference of black directors that's held every year out in California. And about 3 or 4 years before this incident, Charlie went and listened to people's stories about their kids, having to drive black and be conscious of being stopped. And to him, it was totally foreign. Yeah. He had no concept, which he then kind of embraced how sheltered, in many ways, his life was, which many people, obviously not unique to him. He grew up in a relatively middle-class family. His mother was a school teacher. They weren't wealthy in the scheme of things. So I think it's made, my own personal opinion, him a better person.
Yeah.
It's easy to say because you're not the guy who was the target. But I think, therefore, he's making his betterment for the company.
I'll end with this. Let me tell you how good your role has been and how good I think he is as a leader. When I started with Charlie, I was on the opposite side of the table talking to him. When I ended with Charlie, I was on the same side of the table, arm in arm with him. He's my guy now. So are you. Love you, man.
Thank you, John. Thanks, man.
Good luck with the rest of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you once again. We've been fortunate. Wait a minute, the prompter's doing all kinds of stuff. Come on, catch up. All right. Once again, good conversation, and we are excited to have our next guest join us live from Washington, D.C. We've gotten a lot live from Washington, D.C. It's the U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary of the Treasury, Wally Adeyemo, and of course, John Hope Bryant.
Take that, right back there. Ms. Wale?
I may be out here talking. Oh, there's Mr. Adeyemo. I just saw him on TV the other day.
Wale! Wait a minute. You guys have just been spoiled with all these billionaires, millionaires, CEOs. Wait a minute, hold on. No. It's like, oh, there's Jesus. It's okay. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Wait a minute, hold on. Not let me explain, let me, L-E-Hyme, I-L-me, let me explain something. This man is the first African and or African American ever to be number 2 at the U.S. Department of the Treasury in the largest economy in the world, the sole superpower in the world, in the history of the United States of America, ever. Ever. And look at him, sitting there like the black James Bond. Chilling. Look at that office. And I know where that office overlooks the White House. By the way, the Treasury Department was the first federal building ever created in the United States of America after the White House. It was the first agency. I keep telling you, money, money, money. It was about policy. Then Treasury there's a tunnel underneath the Treasury Department connecting it to the White House. And then on the other side was the old Executive Office Building. It's now called OEOB. It was called the Department of War. So in the founding of America, you had Treasury Department, you had the White House for policy, you had Treasury Department, which is where the money came from to pay for all this stuff, and you had the Department of War. Over time, every federal agency, listen now please, every federal agency came out of the Treasury Department. Everyone. It's all about money. So for him to be the Deputy Secretary of Treasury in the largest economy on the planet is unbelievable. And he's like 12. Wale, if you mind me call you Wale today.
Not at all. It's good to see you, John. We're so happy for all the things that you are doing. It's been wonderful to get to see some of the conference that you're hosting. And let me just thank you for the incredible work that your organization has done throughout the years, being an incredible supporter of this institution, the Treasury Department, and the work that we're doing to advance the causes of racial equity and ensuring that communities of color throughout this country have the same economic opportunities as everyone else has been something that you have pushed us on, helped us with, and continue to advise us on going forward. So it's great to be here with you today.
Honored to have you with us, Wale. And I want to say his name is not Wale, it's Wale Adiyamo. Wale, can you please walk us through very quickly some of your background, the other positions that you've held, given that you look 12, because you look so timeless, you look so young, but I think it does not underscore your experience. Walk people through quickly some of your prior positions and with presidents.
So John, thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk a little bit about how truly blessed I've been to have great mentors and friends along the way, including yourself, who have helped me throughout my career. I had an opportunity to work in the Obama administration, starting in the very beginning, working for Secretary Geithner and then Secretary Lieu. While working in the Obama administration, I got a chance to work setting up this small agency called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and serve as now Senator Elizabeth Warren's chief of staff. At the end of the Obama administration, I got a chance to work directly for the president as his international economics advisor. And after—
Whoa. That was so sexy. Back. Say that again. You work for the president as what?
As international economic advisor.
Woo! Okay, continue.
And then after leaving, I went and spent some time in the private sector, but then got a call from President Obama to come back and to run his presidential foundation, which I did before returning back to the Treasury Department.
There's so many presidents in your life. You got a call from President Obama to run. Come on now, Wale, you got to say this right. When you get criticized, they'll take all day to talk about that. So take a minute to really sit in your moment. You got a call from President Obama to do what?
To come be the president of his presidential foundation.
Yeah, Chicago, right?
I moved to Chicago and got a chance to live on the South Side, helping to build what is going to be an incredible presidential museum and library devoted to the 44th President of the United States.
And then next? Yes.
That, President Biden nominated me to serve as the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, and that's where you find me today.
And how big is your portfolio as in your role at the Treasury Department? By the way, you guys are talking about the last few weeks, oh my God, the debt limit, oh, we got to extend the debt limit. If we don't extend the debt limit, the country will be in, you've heard this debate on TV the last few weeks? He's in charge of that, okay? What's the numbers? Give us some sense of the numbers that you guys manage.
You mentioned, John, the Treasury Department's responsible for things you'd expect. Paying our bills, taking in money, making sure that we don't do things like reach the debt limit. I've been fortunate enough throughout my career to work for a number of incredible leaders. And today I work for Secretary Yellen, who's an incredible historical leader.
Yep.
And the best part of my job is getting to be one of her senior advisors here at the department, but also working on a number of issues from helping to implement the American Rescue Plan. The Treasury Department is helping to get more than $1 trillion into the US economy, including through things like the stimulus checks that Americans have received, the child tax credit that's going out to the parents of 60 million children, making sure that emergency rental assistance is getting into the hands of people who need help staying in their homes during the pandemic. In addition to helping with the national security portfolio of the department, we stay very busy thinking about what we can do to advance the cause of the American people and implement the president's agenda.
In order for Wale and I to speak, we normally have to do it at 4 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon because that's the break he's got. He doesn't have weekends. He's working pretty much 24/7 and when he's not sleeping in this role. Wale, let's back up for a moment. We're going to talk about your agenda and what comes next for the administration and for the nation. But let's back up a quick moment. I want you to reflect on your background personally and where you came from. Again, because people assume folks in these positions have always had it, your background from Africa. But I want to tell a quick story about you and me. I walked into, with Janae Roscoe, who's here somewhere, I walked into the Treasury Department and said we should rename the building across the street, which was Treasury Annex. It had been a Treasury Annex building for 150 years. So the White House is here. The L'Enfant Park, I believe it's called, in honor of the French who helped us with our independence from Britain. It's across the street. You've got the old Executive Office building, Department of War here. You've got, you got to help me with the name of the building. There's a building on the left where Heads of State stays. I'm blanking on the name. Treasury Department here, and then the Treasury Annex building here, okay? So this became the Freedmen's Bank building, this building here, Treasury Annex building. Which is where Abraham Lincoln created a bank after the Civil War, chartered to teach freed slaves about money. Did you know that? Yes. Financial literacy, 1865. So January 1865 was Field Action 15, which created 40 acres per. It was a black civil rights soldier who fought for the Union. They were given 40 acres. They worked that so hard. They were given a mule as an investment. Think about a tractor today. So that was January 1865. All this happened, by the way, in Savannah, Georgia, 2 hours from here, where this deal was cut. And then the next month, March, Abraham Lincoln created a Freedmen's Bank to teach freed slaves about money. And unfortunately, in April, he was assassinated, Abraham Lincoln. So that all fell apart. And Frederick Douglass ran this bank, which nobody knows. And he was also a businessman, not just an abolitionist, Frederick Douglass. All the stories lost to history. So I walked in Treasury, Secretary Jack Lew, and told this story, which most people did not know, and said I wanted to rename the building. And people said, oh, you're not a senator, you're not a congressman. Who do you think you are? Not Jack Lew, by the way. So Secretary Lew said, let's look into this, and brought you in the room. I almost passed out when you walked in the room. He was a black deputy chief of staff. I was trying to be cool about it. And I thought, yeah, I'm so proud of this, but the guy's like 6. So I'm not quite sure what he can do. And so he walked in the room, and the lawyers finally said, this can't happen. It's going to take years and years and years. Very much like Bill Rogers was saying, this is too difficult. And finally, Secretary Lew said, we've discovered that you can actually do this administratively. So I'm going to rename the building. I actually said, well, you cannot possibly tell me to the lawyers that the Treasury Annex building is a sexier name than the Freedmen's Bank building. And so Secretary Lew decided to change the name of the building, which I think hasn't happened another time in U.S. history. But this is the man right here who made it happen. This man, Wale.
Well, you give me way too much credit. Like most things, it was dedicated people like you who brought the issue to our attention and advocated for it for years. and helped us realize what I think is one of the most important things we can do in government is making sure that we remember our history in order to ensure that we learn from it as we go forward. And I've got to tell you that walking into the building and realizing that now I get a chance to be the #2 person at the Treasury Department and to look at the Freedmen's Bank, it reminds me of the importance of the work that we do every day to make sure that people have access to opportunity in this country. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I'm so happy that we were able to accomplish that because it's an important symbol and a reminder to all of us of the work that we need to continue doing here.
Yeah, and as we pivot thank you, Wale. As we pivot the conversation, I'm reminded of Ambassador Andrew Young's quote, "Coincidence is God's way of staying anonymous." And look at now, you have a female Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Yellen, who's doing a fabulous job and has kept us out of a depression and a recession. And actually her and Secretary and Chairman of the Fed and the President actually are driving incredible GDP and which is gross domestic product, economic growth. I think we have a chance to take a storm and turn it into a sustainable rainbow, create generational change for all. And here you have a first female Secretary of the Treasury in the history of the nation, the first black male as #2 in the history of the country. It must be a out-of-body pinch you experience every day. Tell us a little bit about the background, pivot then to where do we go from here, as Dr. King would say.
So as you know, John, my father was a teacher and an elementary school principal for a long time. My mother's a nurse, and I grew up east of Los Angeles in the area called the Inland Empire that was hit hard by the financial crisis. Friends and family lost their homes and lost their jobs due to that crisis. And I had a chance at that moment to work here at the Treasury Department in the Obama administration. And the lessons learned from addressing that crisis have impacted the way that President Biden and this entire administration has thought about a much different crisis in the pandemic, but one that has exacerbated a number of the issues we faced in this country for way too long, like inequality. You have been working on these issues for day and night for your entire life. And it's a set of issues the president's been focused on as he came into office. And we knew that it wasn't the type of issue, which is inequality, that you could wait on dealing with till you got out of the pandemic because the pandemic was exacerbating it. So when the president advocated for the American Rescue Plan, he made sure that there were things in there that would help address the challenges that people of color were facing due to the pandemic. Things like more money for small businesses in order to make sure that the small businesses that people of color own have access to the resources they need to make it through the pandemic. Ensuring that there is money put in people's pockets so they could pay for things like food and taking care of their children during the pandemic through the stimulus checks and the child tax credit. And finally, making sure that people could stay in their homes in order to avoid the pandemic, but also in order to make sure that they have the stability that comes with staying in a home through things like the Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
So the lens, so now we talked about the program. Let's talk about the lens through which your background experience, the secretaries, the administrations, the compassion of the presidents, how does that connect with the economic growth agenda? In other words, this is perception, I believe it's wrong, that if you're compassionate, if you have empathy, if you want daycare for mothers. I mean, there's a reason why 3 million women didn't return to the workforce. They got to find a way to take care of their children, and not going to abandon their children just because the job is calling. So I believe these things are connected, and one thing informs the other. This is, I think, false narrative in this country that if you do good, then you've given up on doing well, or even more perversely, that if you somehow raise taxes, that's going to be the end of the economy. Actually, history has shown that every time that we have invested in the bottom of the pyramid and raised taxes appropriately and smartly, it's like R&D, research and development. It goes smartly to invest in things that actually boost GDP. And for 100 years plus, that's been the history of this country. Economic growth has gone through the roof, and the rich have gotten richer as a result of that when you invest in the bottom of the pyramid. How does all this, in your mind, how do you frame all this up as a vision in your role, and how do you see the administration What's the narrative here for the nation, for all of us?
John, the key word you said there is investment. And that's exactly what the president is doing.
Not giveaway program, not charity, not investment, not cost.
It's investing, and not just investing in communities of color, but investing in our country by investing in communities of color. As you know, Secretary Yellen is a historical figure, first person to be the head of the Council of Economic Advisors, the Federal Reserve, and also Secretary of the Treasury. But she brings to this job the lens of being a labor economist. That's what she's done her entire life.
Yep.
And one thing that we both know, one thing the president has stressed is that one of the ways that we can make the American economy stronger is by unlocking the unrealized potential of marginalized Americans, by making sure that we get access to credit to communities that have been starved of access to credit. We're not only helping those communities, but we're helping all of America compete. As you know, much of my time in my career has been spent at the intersection between national security and economics.
Right.
And the thing that I recognize is that every day America is competing against countries around the world. And the best way for us to compete is to make sure that everyone in America has an opportunity to contribute to economic growth. At the moment, that isn't possible because we haven't made the much needed investments in communities of color around this country. And that's exactly what the president wants to do through his infrastructure bill. And when you look at the infrastructure bill, it includes things like access to high-speed internet. When I was living on the south side of Chicago, it was clear that kids who weren't able to go to school because of COVID also weren't able to get an education because they didn't have access to tablets or computers, but they also didn't have access to high-speed internet in their homes. It's about changing out lead pipes, which the infrastructure bill calls for. But in addition to making investments in infrastructure, through his Build Back Better plan, the president also wants to make investments in human capital, in people, by providing things like childcare and worker training and making sure that people are ready for the jobs of the future, especially in communities like ours going forward.
So let's get, in the last couple of minutes that we've got together, Wale, let's get into some of the weeds here so that people can understand the piping and the details. The child tax credit you mentioned briefly, how does that translate into not just decency, but economic stability, community stability and economic growth? The emergency rental assistance program, which I really wish more people would use, which is completely undertapped. People are dealing with the threat of evictions, but there's $50 billion, last time I checked, sitting aside to help people who might be facing eviction. There are other elements of the emergency rental assistance program as well. By the way, I want to make sure that people also are hearing these programs we're talking about are not just for black and brown urban communities. They're for white, poor, rural communities. They're for everybody with too much month at the end of their money. All of us, whether you're white, black, red, brown, or yellow, you want to see some more green. We have got, let me say this, he can't say it, I'm going to say it. Everybody in the world wants to be an American but Americans. We've got to knock this stuff off. We got to stop this red against blue and black against white. The Bible says a house divided cannot stand. We got to knock it off. We got to knock it off. We're at economic war. I'm saying this, he's not. There are nations in the world who want to be us. They want to be us. They want our freedom. They want our position in the world. They want to be the sole superpower. You cannot be the sole superpower unless you're an economic power. And while we are fussing with each other over stupid stuff, they are focused on trying to replace us. They can't do it with a fair fight because we're that good. They can only do it if we help. We have got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot and rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic. We have got to realize we are better together, and we have got to pull together right now. Sermon over. So, Wale, I want to give you the last word here. What's the Sermon on the Mount? If we're pulled together, what is the economic vision that you see and that President Biden sees, the Vice President, the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, et cetera, that moves us not only forward for the next 2 to 3 to 4 years, but what we can do now in the next 5 to 10 years that sets us up for the next 100 years? Some of this embedded in the infrastructure bill, that's the soft infrastructure pieces. Over to you.
I appreciate it, John. And I think I come back to the word that you used, investments, and how do we make investments in our future? Because ultimately, the thing that we are benefiting from today are the investments that a generation before us made after World War II in our country that unlocked the potential of this country and made us the greatest nation on the face of the planet. In order to maintain that, we have to make investments in the future, like the infrastructure bill, like the human capital bill that the president also wants to pass, that will allow us to make investments in our children, in elderly Americans, and in ensuring that we're in a position where America continues to be the leading economy in the world. Doing that will not only include benefits that will help marginalized communities and communities of colors, but it'll help every American, because ultimately we all succeed when we invest in those in America who need it most. And that's exactly what
we just lost
the Build Back Better plan.
We got you back. We lost you for about 4 seconds, but you were so cool you didn't even notice. I really wish we had time for Q&A for this particular session. I really do believe there's a lot of people here who would love to learn from you, ask you questions, and be inspired by you as I have been. My heart is full, Wale, because I think that you are exactly what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King and Ambassador Andrew Young had in mind when they gave their life so that we might have life over 60 years ago. Wale Adeyemo, Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, we all say thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's, I know the natives are getting restless. We've got a little thing going on back here. The next woman that is up is going to just really amaze you. We found out we only live about 20 miles from each other, and I'm very excited. She's a Washington, D.C. native, and a proud Washington, D.C. native, as we, I don't know if you all, well, of course you know about D.C., you know, no true representation, but they got to pay some of the highest taxes in the country. And so I am so pleased to welcome to the stage the U.S. Chief Executive Officer of Edelman, Miss Lisa Osborne Ross, and she's going to be interviewed by John Hope Bryant. I tried to get my interview, but you know, I'll get her later. Here comes John and Lisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, give her some love. I'm constantly amazed when we do this, these interviews, and my heart is just so full. You expect nothing wrong with it, all good. You expect a male, 60-year-old Caucasian walking out in these rows. And it's just, only happens in America. I mean, I love the world. I've been all over the world. I would never be who I am if I was in France. I'm not sure in Germany or Japan, we would not have the opportunities to have our full strengths acknowledged. And clearly, I can look at you in your eyes and see you're not letting anybody not acknowledge your full strength. You're completely transparent. In 2 minutes, I read you as somebody who's reasonably comfortable in your own skin. And you're the first CEO, female, black, in this role ever, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So normally I would take time to unpack. I don't think I need to do that with you. I want you to have a relationship with this global audience, and I want them not just to know who you are as a person, but I think they are best informed about you through what you do. The data that you have is unbelievable.
I could not be more happy, more proud, more full, as you have said, to be here. I have watched this conference. You all have had a parade of all of our clients on this stage. And for me to be able to talk about what is critically important, something that Thelma and Daniel Osborne taught me too many years ago for me to say publicly, that money matters.
Yep.
And our ability to make it, to keep it, to share it, and to pass it down is the only way that we as a people, because that's my first identity as a black woman, but we as business people, but we as a nation will ever survive, is if everybody can participate in this American dream, and that is rooted in money. So,
amen.
I have the pleasure of working at Edelman, which is a global communications firm. And we do brands, and we believe that brands should follow their purpose. And we believe that purpose and profitability go hand in hand. And after the murder of George Floyd, our clients fell into probably 3 or 4 different categories. One, those who were already doing it and then went for it.
No, hold on, wait a minute. No. See, she's so serious. She's like a corporate killer. Like she's going right in. Like you are no joke. I want people, before you get there, I know you got this. When I looked at you in the back, I saw your mother, I saw your father, I saw your ancestors. That reasonable comfort in your own skin, which is very rare, that self-esteem and that confidence. The confidence is clear. You're competent. That's why you're in this role. But the self-esteem, black women in this audience, white women in this audience, Asian women in this audience, they need to know, Indian women, women and people of color need to know not just what you do, but how you did it. Where does this self-esteem, just spend 2 minutes on it, where does this self-esteem come from?
You know, my mother and father. Where do all good things come from? And my God. And I'm very comfortable talking about my faith as a corporate leader. You know, my parents raised us to believe that, and you talked about this earlier, not only can you, but you must do well and do good at the same time.
That's right.
And so I am very clear. So you talk about women in my position. When I am asked, you know, how did you get this role? What do you do? And I say, I'm not scared of money. I'm comfortable with money.
Say that again.
I like money. And I want everyone to have that comfort level.
Yep.
And for women who are in the positions that we are in, you have to be able to manage the money. You have to be able to make the money. And you have to, in a position like mine, talk to your clients about how to do the same thing. So again, this is a gift. We weren't even, so this is gifted because you weren't even supposed to be doing my interview.
Right.
And we saw each other in the back and we were like, all right, let's do this. And so, but I do want to talk about this research, and I want to talk about the things that we've learned and the things that we're going to do as a result of it.
Yep.
So one, our clients, like everybody else, were like, what can I do? And we were like, put money into the community, advance agendas, recognize, particularly in financial institutions, that there is systemic bias and racism in financial institutions. straight up. It just is. And I don't subscribe to unintentional bias. I just don't believe it. I think it's the way that we let people off the hook. You know exactly what you're doing when you're doing it. And until you are held accountable, you will continue to do it. So our research found one, affirmation of a hypothesis. If you were thinking that there was systemic racism, I'm here to tell you that it is, and it's in every level and in every institution, everywhere. First finding. Second finding, did that come out?
It's fine.
But you can still hear me. Second finding is it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you are like our good soldier Colin Powell, who had some money, or if you were like Cousin Tommy, who probably also has some money, but you are treated the same when you interact with the financial institution. So it doesn't matter whether you have money or not. You and your white coworker at the same time are looking at, I think I will refinance my house because the rates are so low. And then Tuesday, your white coworker's like, I'm good, I'm done. And you're like, well, damn, they haven't even called me back. And when they do talk to me, why are they asking me a series of questions that they're not asking you? And why do they keep asking me the same questions over and over again? And you gone on and bought your second property, and I got more money than you do, but they still testing me and questioning me. So second finding, regardless of your income, it's an issue. The third one, and this is the travesty for me because we know how to make money. Right? First woman millionaire in this country, black woman. And a history of taking the money that we've created. I learned backstage that you've been making money since you were 7, selling something. So we know how to make money, right? But this third finding is that because of an absence of trust in institutions, we put that money in places where it's never going to grow, like the freezer.
Yes.
It's not going to grow in the freezer.
Yep.
It's not going to grow under the mattress, and it's not going to grow with your cousin Tommy either.
Yep.
And so the travesty of us taking that money out because we don't feel comfortable is loss after loss after loss. Because it doesn't go anywhere. And then the fourth one, and this is a big issue for me, particularly in communities of color and emerging majorities. Before I leave the stage, I'm going to have to talk about how we got to stop using the word minorities, because that's not who we are. We are emerging majorities, and sit in a room and use that language and see how the conversation shifts. Because you are no longer less than the other side, a little bit of what's left over, but we are emerging majorities as communities of color. But the painful part of that is that this impact, this racism that I'm talking about, has a palpable impact on our souls. You talked about soul, you talked about self-esteem. And the records of people that we talked to who said, I get so anxious, it just makes me sick. I know I have to go into the bank and I have to prepare for that. And it just makes me sick, and this was particularly acute with the Hispanic community. So in a world where we are struggling with chaos and challenges to our souls and our spirit, then you're so damn scared of having a conversation that you recoil and then you go back and put your money in the freezer. It's a self-fulfilling, horrible prophecy. So I never talk about problems unless there are solutions. One, everybody that you had on this stage, make sure we all hold them accountable that the workforce has to be representative. The workforce has to be representative. Number two, in addition to making sure that the workforce is representative, weed out that bias, that unintentional, but that real systemic bias that is in everything. Three, and some of your other speakers talked about this, look differently at how we are assessing risk. Assess risk for real people, not for your imaginary perfect person, but assess risk for real people. And go into it with an attitude of not, I can't, but I can if.
Right.
So I can if, and I've heard several of your CEOs, other CEOs talk about it. And then the last one is, as my mother would say, open your damn mouth when you see somebody. So when you walk into the bank, greet somebody. When you have an experience, treat that person like a human being.
Yes, yes.
So it's pretty simple. Respect me, see me, and I will give you my money. And I need you to help me grow it so I can give it and I can make a difference. So that's me.
You know, as you were talking, I'm thinking how much you remind me of the silent but strong spirit of Coretta Scott King.
I'll take that.
Yeah, she talked. She didn't have as much emotion in her voice as you have, but it was that same strength. Looked you straight in the eye. Her daughter, Bernice King, who's a friend of ours, has that same spirit today. So I commend you for speaking your truth and carrying it with you wherever you go. There's one thing you said that I want to make sure that people watching this broadcast are not fearful of, and I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. She said emerging majorities. We're not a minority. Fantastic, that's great. But I don't want my white brothers and sisters who may be 55, 60 years old, male, whatever, maybe high school education, sitting in rural someplace, watching this and seeing what she just said as a threat to them. That's wrong. There's enough room here for all of God's children.
Right.
I learned early to talk without, and I learned this from Ambassador Andrew Young, talk without being offensive.
Right.
Listen without being defensive. And always leave even your adversary with their dignity.
Yes.
Because if you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to make you miserable.
Right.
It becomes personal. And very much like what you said about we responded to the pain by putting pain on ourselves, by putting oh, I'm not gonna give you my money, so we put it in the freezer. Right. Like that's doing something.
Right.
Right? You just hurting yourself.
Right.
Right? But conversely, I don't want my white brothers and sisters to see this beautiful, bold commitment to just our fulfillment of our somebodyness is somehow a threat to them. When we grow the economy, everybody wins.
Good for everyone.
Yeah.
It's good for everyone. And, you know, what I say, you know, I run a company that is mostly white. You know, we're working on that.
Yes.
So that it is representative. I don't also use the word to diversify.
Yes.
The world and our companies and our stages and our actions have to be representative. Census Bureau is right out there. You know, they just shared the data, about 42%, so it should be representative. But this is not about moving people away.
That's
it's
right.
making the table bigger and
That's
inviting everyone to it. So I'm not trying to move you away, but I am trying to make room.
Move us forward.
Yeah, so that the table is representative of the real world around us.
Stephanie Rule was with us yesterday, and she said, of CNBC, she said, it's about expanding the table and adding a seat.
Right.
So there was a Citigroup.
Or making your own table. I mean, that's the other thing. You know, go ahead and make your own table, put your own table together.
Citigroup had a report during the pandemic that showed that that racism against blacks alone, in the last 20 years alone, not 200 years and not other races, just 20 years for blacks alone, cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion. And if we would just knock it off right now, just knock it off, the American economy would pick up another $1 trillion a year of GDP, which would, by the way, in 4 years pay for the stimulus from all of last year. Right. Just that one thing. And so I say in this example we're giving of people should not be afraid, if those with the worst bedside manner, racist in other words, help black people to succeed, if black people succeeded, even the racist wins. Right. Because the economy is growing for everybody.
Right.
And that's why we love math. We love math because it doesn't have an opinion.
Right.
This is the CEO of the chairman of Starbucks quote, Melody Hobson. I think that we're sitting in this moment in history, and I love that you bring not just your passion and your emotion, you bring data. What, as we wrap up, is there a piece of data that you carry around with you sort of in your virtual pocket every day that gives you hope for the future, that maybe is an indication of where we come from, but a hope for the future? Is there a data point or an inspiration point?
It's actually not a data point, John. It's a picture. It's a visual. And it looks kind of like this room. When we gather, and we gather with grace, and we gather with data and information, and we gather with positive intent, we get to a good place. And so the data is critical. It is, everything we do has to be rooted in it, but what drives me, what inspires me, is when I see rooms like this, and I know we can get to a good place. And I'm so excited to be a part of it.
We're so excited to have you. Ladies and gentlemen.
She gives you empowerment, doesn't she? Yes. Please welcome the Chief Financial Officer of Twitter. Joining John Hope Bryant is Mr. Ned Siegel. It's going to be virtual.
What's up, Ned?
John, great to be here.
Good to have you with me, my man, and with us. You're looking like a rock star, not a Twitter executive.
No, it's funny, John, when I was growing up as a baseball fan in the 70s and 80s, never on my bingo card was that I would be batting ahead of Reggie Jackson.
Yes, we are excited. We're going to have Reggie Jackson with us as we close the forum today. By the way, have you guys enjoyed these 3 days? You've done it right. We're coming to the home stretch here. We're out of here at around noon, so it's going to be a very tight and impactful next 30, 45 minutes. Ned, let's get right to it. Give us a bit of your background, and then how did you, because you came from banking, as I recall, and how did you get to Twitter, one of the most consequential platforms in the world? And who would have known that, the way we created change in the 40s and the 50s was, in the 60s, the United Nations and the Marshall Plan, and you need all these institutions, the World Bank, to get people to conform. And all we need to do now is to kick some people off Twitter, and you change the world. But I love that you guys have a moral center, and I love that you stand for something, you and Jack. But give us a little bit of background about how you got here and what your role is now. And I want to talk very specifically about this $100 million investment you made, because I think that is just absolutely unbelievable, and most people don't have any clue what I'm talking about, but it's one of the most exciting things that happened in 3 days. But over to you. Give us some sense of where you came from.
Thanks, John. I can't wait to talk about the $100 million investment. I'll give you a quick background. So I was born in New York. My grandparents and great-grandparents were immigrants from Eastern Europe. My father was the first in his family, and their generation was the first to go to college. He was smart enough to move to Silicon Valley as things were taking off out here in the 70s, and I got to watch all the innovation and inspiration in this area, and I knew I wanted to work in tech. I first did that in investment banking at Goldman Sachs, working with technology companies, and for the last 4 years, I've been the CFO at Twitter, where I get to help Jack and an awesome leadership team serve the public conversation, which means helping a couple 100 million people a day find out what's happening in the world and what people are talking about on our service.
And what impact did George Floyd, George Floyd, God rest his soul, I mean, that wasn't a death, it was a murder on national TV, and no one would want that to happen to anybody. But if there was ever somebody who died for something larger and more important than themselves, it was George Floyd. And I just want to acknowledge that and give respect to his daughter and his family. What impact, Ned, did George Floyd's murder have on you, on Jack Dorsey, the team there? And what sort of things that you begin to think about doing to try to make things better, and why did you pull that particular lever?
Well, after George Floyd was murdered, we and a number of other companies, because we're all made up of individuals, and we all were so deeply impacted by what happened that we started to think about what we could do to make a difference for our communities, for the families of our employees, for the advertisers and content partners who use Twitter, for everybody in the world. We felt there had to be a way that we could do more, that we could do different, that we could do better. We watched what other companies did, recognizing that we all keep a lot of cash on our balance sheets, and we typically invest it in low risk instruments that don't return a lot and that just get mixed in with other capital to fund companies and fund the broader economy. We watched Netflix, Google, PayPal, others who came up with some great ideas about how they could make a difference. I called my friend John Hope Bryant. I called a number of other folks who we've had the chance to get to know over the years to begin to study how Twitter could make a difference. And what we learned was it's harder than you think, that there were many bespoke ways that people were giving money back. And we wanted to create a way that was durable, that was repeatable, that where others could join us. So we decided we wanted to put $100 million from our balance sheet into community development financial institutions, that we needed a partner who could pick where the funds would go into communities that needed capital at below market rate interest rates. And then I also, in talking to my friend John O'Brien, I said, there's got to be a way where we can make sure that we're connected to the people who benefit from this directly as well. And John gave me a great idea, and we were so excited that we could use some of the returns from these loans. And we've now put $70 million to work in the Finance Justice Fund. We have also got a number of other companies who have joined us, and I believe that we'll look back a decade from now and other companies, this will just be a standard way that you invest your capital. Some of it will be in money markets, some of it will be in CDFIs. We took some of our returns and we used it with John's help to power 5 Hope Inside centers in banks so that the people who walk into banks can get help with those bank services from the interest rate or the return that we're getting from our investments in CDFIs.
So I'm going to translate a little bit. My man, Ned, is so smart. And these folks on Wall Street and in Silicon Valley talk in financial shorthand sometimes. Most people don't even know what a CFO is, by the way, a chief financial officer. So you have the CEO, chief executive officer. Typically in an organization, right below that, you'll have the CFO, the chief financial officer. So my president at Operation Hope is president and CFO, Brian Betts, who is looking at me with an eagle eye right now, make sure I don't throw away any more, give away any more money like I did the first night. But the CEO's job is to dream big dreams and to cast out widely and to be the hunter. The CFO's job is to keep the CEO's feet on the ground and to make sure that they don't burn themselves up. And to make sure that it's a sustainable organization. So his job, Ned's job is critical, but it typically has nothing to do with social justice. Zero. And so for Ned to step into this was a big deal to begin with. And then Ned said, we have, I guess it's public information, billions of dollars on your balance sheet. It's public information. Billions of dollars. And basically, what do we do with this cash without putting it to risk? Now, some of you may be saying, oh, he needs to take more risk. Oh, this is the problem with society. They need to put this money to risk. I don't like what I just heard. Yeah, if you were him, you'd do the same thing. If you're CFO of Twitter, what you cannot do is lose money on your watch. You cannot have 8 billion turn into 6 billion. Or 8 billion turn into 1 billion, and then something happens and you need $3 billion, and now you're out of business. So he's got to make sure that the corporation is sustainable and structured to win. But then he said, but while the money's sitting there, what smart can we do to help society? Is there a way to use excess capital to help advance society. Is this making sense? Okay, I'm just trying to translate here. So,
John, it's making so much sense to me. I'm thinking you ought to join us on the earnings call next week and translate for me again. Can you do that?
I think you'll be just fine, brother. I think you'll be just. And if it doesn't work, just smile that beautiful smile and blink at you a couple times. You're so handsome. Nobody else will matter. Even my wife's like, oh, he's so handsome. So, I think that the backstory here, Ned, is how tough it was to do good. Like, we went back and forth 6 months? Months.
Yes.
Months. I mean, the idea came from you. It seemed like it was going to be simple. It was so difficult. Again, I'm trying to give some inspiration to dreamers out here. It would have been so easy for me to say, Ned, give me the money. Real talk. Never said it. Or, Ned, just give me $1 million. We don't need to worry about all that over there. Never happened. Or, Ned, can you give my contract to my useless cousin, JoJo, which people do all the time. Never happened. All you got is your integrity. Your integrity and your word. It wasn't about me, it was about we. He was trying to protect his corporate treasure while trying to do public good. I'm trying to help my community be better understood. Actually, that was a good rap. And we both had, and I had to push him, and he had to push, his job was to push me away when I got too close to that dollar bill. And my job was to push him to do things that were a little uncomfortable, that just might get him fired. And his job was to go right up to the line just before putting his job at risk, but to do good. I remember we had calls with your team. They didn't understand why we were doing this. They thought that you could do something much simpler, but you kept pushing. God bless them for their support, by the way, ultimately in this. And ultimately, we didn't pick Operation Hope to do this work. You picked a neutral nonprofit run by a beautiful friend of mine. You can talk a little bit about that, where all this money actually went. So I want you to hear me now. We talked for 6 months about $100 million coming to the community. And at the end of the day, after all these conference calls and teleconferences and video calls and no consulting fee, the money went to another nonprofit with our blessing. What's the name of that nonprofit?
So it's the Opportunity Finance Network. And we picked them because they're experts at picking CDFIs. And we knew that—
CDFIs, Community Development Institutions.
That's right. We didn't want to become experts in picking CDFIs. We've got a business to run. We wanted to rely on experts. And we wanted to do this in a way where it could be easy for other companies to follow us. It would have been a lot faster if we just gave the money to OFN, or if we gave it to Operation Hope and we said, here, figure it out. But by writing the contracts and getting the terms that others could accept, we hope that we made this scalable so other companies can say, we just want to do that deal again.
So I wasn't focused on me. He wasn't focused on himself. We were focused on the mission. So at the end of the day, I thought we were going to get nothing, which was fine with us, blessings from God. And then he said, how about we take the profits from the $100 million and reinvest that into Operation Hope and create 5 Hope Inside locations every year to serve the community. And those profits are now at work. Brian Betts, we have 5 black banks, as I understand it, that now are moving on Hope Inside, sponsored by the profits from Twitter. Carver Bank in Harlem, Kenneth Kelly's bank, I forget where that First Independence Bank, Citizens Trust Bank here in Atlanta. That was Dr. King's bank. Daddy King served on the board of that bank. So 5 banks are getting resources and financial coaches at no cost to them thanks to this partnership. And by the way, this is sustainable money. Like, this is not one and done. As long as this keeps working, as long as that $100 million keeps recycling, that $5 million will be profit that'll keep funding renewable philanthropy in our community. And then Ned came back and said this is not enough. I want other companies to model what we're doing and have them, because there's a lot of companies that have money on their balance sheet and could also do this same thing. And there was a company that inspired you also. Was it Netflix?
Well, Netflix had done some great work. PayPal, Square, Google, they really were pioneers in putting capital with Black banks, in investing in CDFIs, in investing in minority-led venture funds. And we were inspired by all of that.
As we...
It's a powerful lesson, John, that we don't all have to do the same thing, but we have to do something. And I love when our shareholders, when our employees, when our advertisers say, hey, why'd you do that? And we can say, we feel we have an obligation to our communities, to our shareholders, to our team, to all of our partners to show what we stand for and to make a difference however we can. And this felt like a really meaningful, durable way for us to do that.
Ned, thank you for being a leader, a role model, and somebody who I believe, honestly, with integrity, sees social justice through an economic lens and asks not what somebody else was doing, but what could you do to make a difference. Thanks for always holding me accountable, but also being just a good friend. Please give my love to Black Twitter and all the people there at Twitter and Jack. God bless you, friend.
Thanks, John. Bye, everybody.
Hi, I'm John Hope Bryant, founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of Operation Hope.
Sal Khan here from Khan Academy, and I just want to say how excited we are about the Financial Literacy for All initiative.
I would argue that today, financial literacy is a new civil rights issue for this generation.
We think that there's an opportunity to impact millions of learners and make sure that they are empowered in finance, which will make them empowered in life.
If we are to embed financial literacy into the schools, I think that would be powerful. That is what I feel, how I slipped, because it was not there for me. And I think that it would certainly change the narrative.
Financial literacy is now going to be embedded into the very fiber of how we do business. You can make a difference. Sign up today, follow and track our movement, get engaged. Let's change the world together.
Well, we're very excited to welcome our next guest, a man I used to dislike because the Yankees used to always beat my favorite team, the Kansas City Royals, as they came into the playoffs every single year until 1985. But Reggie was gone from the Yankees by then. So we are very pleased to welcome Baseball Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Reggie!
I kind of don't know what's going on, but I'll figure it out as we go, I guess.
Hey, man. I'm right here with you, brother. How you doing, Reggie?
I'm good, John. How are you?
I'm blessed, man. So, first of all, we had Hank Aaron here, God rest his soul, a few years ago. Legend. The other undisputed legend in our generation, undisputed legend in baseball, who Bill Mendel told me last night, the best way to describe this is, no other man in the history of baseball has ever stood inside the baseball diamond space, came up to bat, and at a World Series, 1 home run, 2 home run, 3 home runs in the same World Series. Never in the history of baseball has that ever been done, and I think he's been in 3 World Series. The record of Reggie Jackson is legend. I think you need to reset your welcome and recognize a legend in front of you in the way he deserves, Reggie Jackson. Let me also say, and I want to thank Keith, who's here, his business manager. Reggie tried to be here in person. He can tell you where he is right now, but he tried to be here in person. Last night, me and the CEO of Delta and a bunch of other folks were trying to get a plane to get Reggie here last night, and Reggie was completely cooperative. We just could not get it all lined up in time. And but I want you to thank you, Reggie, for trying everything at your heart to be here with us in person. Tell us why you had a problem with travel yesterday. I think it'll be relatable. Then I want to go back and talk a little bit about, from your words, your journey in baseball and how it cross-connects with the issue of social justice today through an economic lens. But where are you at right now?
I'm in Houston, Texas. About 8 hours ago, I was in Boston, and we left there, I guess around 10:30, and it's about 2 hour and 45-minute flight down here. So we got to bed about 2:30, and I do feel I have a commitment to be with the team. The owner is a very close friend and a very gracious man, and one that is certainly involved in leveling the playing field for minorities.
Yep.
All minorities. So he's a wonderful guy. And so we got our butts handed to us here for a couple of days in Houston. We won the first game 5-4, and then we got our butts handed to us. The next two games, it was like a total of like 20-8, 20-9 or something. And then we got beat here, and then we went up to Boston and got waxed. And so it looked like we were going to fall apart. So I went to the ballpark. Gosh, the days are running together, and just kind of hung out from about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to game time, just trying to press some flesh and look guys in the eye, pat them on the back. And, there isn't a whole heck of a lot you could say when, the first game we were down, second game down here, it was 8 or 9-0 in the second inning. And then we went to Boston. In the first game, we were down 6-0 in the top of the second or the bottom of the second. And so, it looks like you could fold up the tent and go home. I don't want to be here. At the same time, you got a game at 8 o'clock and your butt's going to be out there, and you better keep digging, and you better keep trying, and you better keep going so that you don't completely shame yourself for an entire winter. And then hang something on yourself and your career for the rest of your life about how you got destroyed and never got up off the mat. So just being around and letting people know you're with them, even if you say nothing, but just to share the space is what I tried to do on, I think today's Thursday. I did that on Tuesday because we got waxed Monday. So you just be there.
Yep.
And I'm very close to the owner, and he's got the family there, and a lot of the minority investors that are there, and you're getting killed. And so you're in a foreign place, they're laughing at you and making fun of you, et cetera. And so, and you see the owner with the investment, and he wears it as well. And so you just want to be with the people that are in need. So it was important for me to be around there yesterday. We did try, I think we talked around 5 o'clock yesterday Eastern time.
Yep.
To try to get an aircraft to come down. Couldn't do it. So I got up this morning. I didn't know where I was. Keith called me. I forget what time. I don't even know what time it was. He called me. But I then crawled out of bed, hopped in the shower, and I live about 4 or 5 blocks from the ballpark. So I got into my office. I'm on a phone. That technology piece stuff for me is not very friendly. So
you're doing just fine, Reggie.
For the right reasons. I met John I really met him through television. And was always impressed with the fact that he was constantly presenting the need for opportunity and the need for leveling the playing field for minority. His narratives were always interesting to me. And so I made a point to try to find him. And even with my lack of skills with the internet, I did find him. I think I connected with him through
Twitter. Thank you,
and he called me back and put me in touch with somebody with an LA telephone. And then we finally met and got together in person in Monterey, California, in Pebble Beach, and shared a couple of days together. And so as soon as we connected on the phone, we knew there was some synergy we had the same thoughts and the same ideology of trying to make the world a better place, especially for us as minorities. So that's why I'm here today for a relationship that I built with a guy that I believe will make a difference. I'm 75. And so I've got all the answers. I'm involved in 4 or 5 diversity and inclusion groups. And I have all the answers because I've lived all the questions. And so it's not fun. It's not something you brag about. It's something that is painful when you realize that you do have the answers because you've lived it. And that's not really fun. You have a close association with people who feel oppression, feel pressure, feel awkwardness, are embarrassed and shamed. And so you have a close understanding of what beautiful women go through, what women go through, what Amerasian Latinx, and all different ethnicities that we have here in the country and religions. And so I get it, and I closely bond with people that are similar and have understanding of other people that go through the same things and similar things that I do. And so John relates to that and is in the fight. And so I've joined with him.
And he's Reggie, thank you, Reggie. Reggie's now our first Financial Literacy for All ambassador, where he's going to lend his voice at iHeartRadio and others to help people come into this movement. I want to come back to Reggie. You said it sounds like you were 25 at 75, talking about your current situation, and you got to stick with people in tough times, and it's a little embarrassing, and you feel lonely, but you got to stick it through, and people don't understand. It sounded like you were 25 years old, 30 years old, back in the fight in baseball. People, I think, don't really understand you. Let me back up and say Reggie is an extraordinarily successful businessman, extraordinarily successful. He's got a huge, beautiful car collection, which is also an investment, but it's also a passion we share. He's got many, many parts of him. But the part that people don't understand about Reggie is when Reggie was coming up in baseball, they said, oh, this guy is cocky. Oh, this guy's got a chip on his shoulder. No, he was fighting the headwinds of an entire industry, an entire infrastructure that didn't understand him and didn't expect for him to win, didn't want for him to win. Tried to trip him up when he did win. And Reggie pushed through that the best way he could, and I thought he did an extraordinary job. But Reggie, talk a little bit about, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. We have 7 minutes or so here. I want to get a lot in. But talk a little bit about the pain that you went through that period. People don't know your house burned down twice. They don't understand that you were almost killed you were robbed after one of your games. They don't understand the pain that underneath this and all the slights. Get people into the window of your own sense of social justice coming up through baseball.
Well, I would go all the way back to being 11 or 12 years old, being from Pennsylvania, and we had an all-star game with the best players that they could find in the state of Pennsylvania to play a series against the best players of Florida. And it was an all-star, 2 all-star teams. We were hosting in Pennsylvania. I was the best player, Little League player around. And, but I was not allowed to play because they were afraid if I got hit with a pitch or I slid into second base hard, and that's my memory there, that there could be some kind of an incident or a fight, which was crazy to me. You got kids playing hard. But I was not able to play in that 3-game series that they had. I sat on the bench, and as I said, as the best player, and I was called a pinch hit to make the last out in the game. And I just stood at home plate, took 3-4 pitches until I struck out. I never even swung the bat. I was so dismayed and lost as a child fighting that that happened to me. And I remember walking home about 2 miles, and my father would drive around. He'd drive with me if I wanted to ride home. I said, no, I want to walk. And he drove and then kind of went up the street and came back around and made sure I was okay. And but I walked home a couple of miles. As I said, he trailed me there. And on the way home, I said, I'm going to be a big leaguer. I'm going to be a big leaguer in every step that I took. You know, I became a better football player. I went to Arizona State University, got a football scholarship, wanted to try out for the baseball team. The baseball team had never had a black player on it. And so I tried out for the team after a spring football game. Took batting practice, and the coach, who was from Arkansas, said to me, Reggie, would you like to play baseball? I said, yes, but I need to talk to the football coach. And he said, if you manage a 3.2 grade average, I'll let you play baseball, because my scholarship was in football. And I'm a better football player than baseball player.
Wow.
But I made the baseball team. I became the most outstanding player in the country. And it was the second year of the baseball draft. I was not drafted by the Mets because the general manager there, Bob Sheffing, thought that me in New York City, dating what he said out of my race, I was dating a Mexican girl. And my middle name is Martinez. But the Mets thought I would be social trouble. And so I was not the #1 pick in the country, although I was by far the best player. They drafted a catcher. He failed, never made it really through the minor leagues. And I became a pretty good player. So, and at the same time, as I went through that, my first games were in Lewiston, Idaho. The rookie league in June of '66, and I got hit in about the 6th or 7th game in the head. I was taken to the hospital, but they would not admit me because I was Negro, colored, or whatever you want to call me. So I was sent down to Modesto, California, and there I played with the great Raleigh Fingers, who's a Hall of Famer. And I also played with a guy named Tony La Russa, who's now the manager of the White Sox and of the A's and the Cardinals, et cetera. Got in the Hall of Fame, Fingers in the Hall of Fame. And from there, the next year, I went to Birmingham, Alabama. I went to Waycross, Georgia for spring training. And I never participated in spring training because I did not sign a contract. I was making $500 a month. I got a raise to $800 a month. But I was slated to play in Birmingham, Alabama, and I didn't want to go. So I never played one game in spring training. The owner finally came down, and I went to Birmingham. He talked me into it. We had our first team dinner, welcome home dinner at the country club. And when we went into the room and were about ready to sit down, the guy got on the microphone and pointed at me and said, he can't eat in here.
Wow.
And the owner of the Kansas City A's said, well, that's not a problem. We're going to go down to the diner and have hamburgers, and you all folks stay here and eat. We'll be down at the diner where we can get a burger with the team, and we'll enjoy ourselves, because I'm not going to stay here if Reggie can't eat. So a few minutes went by, and they allowed me to to eat there. But going through that year, playing in Montgomery, Alabama, and Macon, Georgia, Knoxville, Tennessee, they had to go into the hotels when we traveled to see if they would allow me to stay. So I went into the hotel in Knoxville, Tennessee, and the guy said, "Well, the nigger can't stay in here."
Wow.
And, it just makes you feel so bad. But then I had a great manager who would not leave me behind. If I couldn't stay, we didn't stay there. And if I couldn't eat in the hotel or couldn't eat in the restaurants as we drove the bus along the road, we got food to go. He would never leave me behind. And so we went through those kind of things. And then the things got a little more subtle in the major leagues, but they were still there. When I was in Oakland, it was not nearly as bad because there's a large minority population, Black population there. And we had a few Black players on the team there. We traveled together. And I was really raised as a baseball player with the Joe Rudys and Raleigh Fingers and Sal Bandos and Catfish Hunters. And the acceptance was, I met those guys when I was 19, and you just stayed together. We stayed together up until around the ages of 28 or 29. One World Series, like we were playing ball in the backyard, but we weren't a good team. We were one of the dynasties. Won 3 World Series in a row, and 5, 6 Western Division pennants in a row. And I went to New York, and I could feel the racism again. And I was presented as a guy that was arrogant and cocky. I just wanted the dignity that I deserved. While some players were coaches on the field, I was merely talented. And so, that got to be difficult. And we had an owner that was a pretty good guy in George Steinbrenner.
Right.
But we had a manager there that was difficult to deal with. And so the racism was apparent. And felt it through the game of baseball. There's still a significant lack of minority participation when it comes to dealing with the future of the game and what the game should look like. Having input from minorities doesn't really exist there. I could tell you that I was high bidder for the Dodgers in the late 90s, early 2000s. I was high bidder for the Oakland A's and was denied the opportunity of ownership.
High bidder, I mean you had bid on the bid to buy the team.
I was high bidder for the Dodgers. My partners were Bill Gates, Paul Allen, and a guy named John McCall, who sold Cellular One to AT&T, that family.
Right.
And I was high bidder again for the A's in the early 2000s.
Not that long ago.
We wanted to move the team to Vegas, and there's a gentleman that's well known. His name is Steve Ross, who owned, I want to say Reliable, but he owned a huge real estate company. He's still in the real estate business. He owns the Miami Dolphins. And we have the plans for a downtown stadium that we took an option out, 60 acres, to build a stadium in Las Vegas.
Right.
At the time, the team was trading for 140 million, and I bid 190.
Right.
And couldn't get the team. So, I think if you take a look around baseball, you can see the lack of minorities. There's a large population of Latin American players, but certainly the African American is gone from the game of baseball, and it's really not talked about that much. It's not a focus for them. It's not their interest. So, I'm here in Houston with a guy that's got an eye for fairness and an eye for wanting to level the playing field. I do have a foundation that focuses on STEM education.
Science, technology, engineering, and math.
Yeah. We probably have one of the finest curriculums in the country, and we have it in front of 1 million students. And right now we're working with probably about 40,000 throughout the country in Detroit, the Bronx, Oakland, Memphis, a few other cities. And so we're about ready to go to St. Louis.
This is the Mr. October
4,000
Foundation.
students.
Right.
Yes, it's the Mr. October Foundation. So it's still prevalent. It's still around. So my focus is to do my best to level the playing field. We're putting a fund together that'll be based out of Kansas City that will focus on seed money for entrepreneurs. And I was on the phone earlier today working on a new project that we have that will, we'll write a check and get involved with seed money. So, partnering with John is very important to me. It makes sense. I want to be a part of it and help continue to build the blocks and see if we can overcome racism and build some ways to reduce bias, get involved with more agents of change. And I did see, was very interested in a gentleman that placed his $100 million to make a difference.
Yeah, Ned from Twitter, where we met on Twitter. Let's back up here, Reggie. We're a little over time, but are you guys enjoying this? We're gonna wrap this up, but Reg, I don't want to go, and I'm so glad you unpacked this myth of you being cocky and arrogant. And it's really funny when a white man walks in a room who believes in himself, they say he's confident. But when a black man walks in a room who believes in himself, they say he's arrogant and he's cocky. And
well, you'll get the same thing, John. There's people sitting in the audience that are women there, and what they'll say about me is, Reggie's difficult to get along with. You'd be a black woman or an attractive woman or a person that is not a non-white, and it's like you're difficult to get along with because of your new position that you've earned. And it's like, I'm not difficult to get along with. You're not comfortable listening to me. You're not comfortable taking my ideas. You can take a look at it. There is no way of being polite to make change. I've got some things that I want to say now publicly that I'm holding for the right time. And I've found out over the past year, there is no right, subtle, comfortable time. You've got to say it.
So I got something to say about you as we wrap up. But before we do that, I want you to tell this story that most people don't know. You had just won a game. It was an important game. I believe it was New York. I may be wrong. And you had a situation. You had driven a beautiful car that you just acquired, I believe, and you had every reason to be proud. And you pulled up to a night place. You know the story I'm talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you share that very quickly?
The night I hit the 3 home runs in '77, I bought a Rolls Royce the next day. It was a guy I didn't have a place to go very much in New York. So I hung out at a guy's place that sold exotic cars. I'd go there and eat lunch with him every day and share thoughts. And I bought 3 cars from him that year. And so I went in there and bought a car from him. And he said, Reggie, I got the car for you. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. I ain't going to sell this car to nobody else because it's yours, my man, Mr. October. You got to be the guy to buy this car. You're going to make $2 million this winter. With the homers you hit, forget about it. I'm keeping it until you come down here with the check to buy it. So that afternoon, I called my accountant and we got it paid for. Drove the cross country. Had a great time, then came back, brought it back the next year to New York. And after a ball game one night, I hit home run number 400. And so after a game that night, took my girlfriend, we went to a place where we could eat. They hold some swordfish for me every night. And a guy walked up to the car. I put the window down because it was warm. I was parking the car, putting it in park, and he stuck a pistol right behind my left ear out driving. And said, get out, give me your car. And so I got out of the car and I turned around and looked at him, and it was a 16-year-old black kid, maybe 14, 15, I don't know, but he was a teenager. And I lunged at him, and he took the pistol and pointed it at me in the face and then dropped it down. A bus came by and disrupted what was going on. I told my girlfriend to run into the restaurant. She did. And so, that was that incident. I ran away. The kid got in the car and tried to drive it away, but the gear shift is electronic, and this was in the 70s. It was electronic, and it was a touch movement. If you pulled on it, it wouldn't work. And so he was yanking on it. He couldn't get it started. He couldn't get it to go, and he got out and ran. And then later on that night, the next morning, it said that a woman in Scarsdale had her car hijacked from her, a Mercedes. And so that was probably the same kid.
Yeah. And in a flicker, in a moment, you saw your life. 1 minute.
Oh, yeah.
It flashed right in front of you.
Right. Things flash right in front of you. That is so true. When he put the point of the gun at me, I braced myself for the shot, but luckily, God was there and it didn't go off. The bus came by and disrupted him.
And just like a bus came by and disrupted that tragic event, you've been a vehicle, a bus, a transporter, coming by the lives of 40,000 kids you're serving now, 1 million kids you served before, all these folks you've actually inspired across this country. You've been the vehicle by which people have been riding this dream because of all you've achieved. And at 75 years old, you're still giving. I want to tell everybody who's watching this here and around the world, one of the nicest, kindest, most gentle souls I've ever met in my life, me and Shatra, is Reggie Jackson. He's 75 years old and still trying to give back. We need more Reggie Jacksons in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please say thank you to Reggie Jackson.
Thank you, John. Appreciate everybody there. Hopefully I can make it next year. And if I can't, it hopefully we'll be in the World Series again or in the playoffs again. And hopefully we can do another Zoom. But look forward to seeing you, John. And thank you, and thanks to everybody there for accommodating my attendance here today. Much, much appreciated.
And Reggie, I want to tell you what Colin Powell told me in a note. I'm going to say to you right now. He sent me a note that said, I'm going to keep popping off from time to time on things that matter. Reggie, my request to you, keep popping off on things that matter from time to time.
I understand that. I want to take the time for my guy, Keith Lobering, who was there listening and looking into the what's going on down there so that we can be more participatory. Keith took the time out of his work, took the time out of from his wife and the 4 girls he's got, lucky stiff, to be able to be there today and to be able to connect with John so that we can move forward and get connected and support what John Hope is doing.
And I'm coming to stay in your guest house. Make some room.
No problem, my friend.
Love you, man.
I'll give you something nice to try.
Hi, everyone. This is Gail McGovern, and I have the privilege of serving as President and CEO of the American Red Cross. I'm so sorry I can't join you in person, but I'm delighted for this opportunity to share a few words with you. Let me begin by giving a great big thank you to everyone at Operation Hope for your tireless efforts to expand economic opportunities for all people. All of us at the American Red Cross are so fortunate for our partnership with Operation Hope to build more resilient communities. Together, we're helping individuals and families prepare, respond, and recover from disasters. And we're grateful for the positive difference our partnership continues to make in the lives of those who are impacted by disasters. And on a personal note, I want to share my deep appreciation for my dear friend, John Hope Bryant. John, thank you for your incredible leadership and your guidance and your support throughout the years. From wildfires in California to Hurricane Ida in the Gulf Coast and the Northeast, to tornadoes and flooding in the South, together we've been there to give disaster survivors access to the financial tools that they need, like insurance claims assistance, home repair contracts, small business recovery loans, foreclosure assistance, and even more. And on behalf of those we serve, thank you. The theme for this year's Hope Global Forums is meeting the moment. We all know that this past year and a half was filled with countless challenges for our nation and for the world. Because of the pandemic, the American Red Cross had to quickly adapt in order to fulfill our life-saving mission. And I'm proud to say that just like we've done for the past 140 years, the Red Cross was able to rise to the challenge. When last year's record disaster season displaced families, we quickly pivoted to placing people in hotel rooms instead of in congregate shelters so we could reduce the risks of COVID. When schools and businesses closed at the beginning of the pandemic, thousands of blood drives were canceled. We quickly forged new relationships with places like hotels and sports venues so we could host socially distant blood drives in large spaces. And we also developed strict safety protocols to protect our blood donors and our staff. We continued our work to provide comfort and care to the members of the U.S. military, our veterans, and their families. But instead of working in our large call centers, our Red Crossers are now handling emergency calls from their homes. We've also adapted how we teach life-saving courses like CPR and first aid, and we're delivering a lot of our training online. And around the globe, we continue to help other Red Cross and Red Crescent societies prevent the spread of COVID. Another challenge we face is climate change. The unpredictability, the frequency, and the size of natural disasters are all on the rise. I'd venture to say that there isn't an organization that's been impacted more than the Red Cross by these multiple disasters. Climate change is a humanitarian crisis. And in order to deal with this challenge, we're accelerating our capacity building, including adding more volunteers, more supplies, and more partnerships. And we're committed to helping the most vulnerable communities and to ensuring equity becomes a hallmark of our service. Sadly, these communities often bear the biggest brunt of climate change. These natural disasters have been clobbering the same communities over and over again. We're also working to reduce our own environmental footprint. We're working to turn the Red Cross green by being more eco-friendly. Of course, no organization could go it alone. Climate change is a generational challenge that requires all of us to work together. As we look to the future, please know that the American Red Cross is committed to further strengthening our vital partnership with Operation Hope and to building new relationships with additional partners. It's imperative we all work together to ensure that all people are prepared for emergencies and that everyone has access to the resources they need to recover when a disaster occurs. And we are proud to work side by side with Operation Hope as we continue this journey. So thank you once again for this opportunity to share a few minutes with you. I am so grateful for your support of our Red Cross mission, and I hope you have a wonderful event.
Well, we're about ready. We're circling the field and getting ready to land. And I don't know if many of you have heard about Airbnb, and I don't know how many of you have ever stayed there, but I'm sure our next guest will welcome you being part of it. Representing Airbnb, Mr. Joe Gebbia, and of course, John Hope Bryant.
Johnny, we're bringing it home. Come on now, was that all you got? I've almost lost my voice. You can give me a little bit more love than that.
There you go. There you go.
This is it. We're bringing this thing home. We're about to land the plane. Have you enjoyed the forum? So this is a special surprise. There's something coming up at the end of this conversation that you're going to want to be around for. I want to introduce you to Joe, I'm going to say Gebbia.
You got it.
Who is the co-founder and chief product officer for Airbnb. This entire forum, I've not read, thank you for the applause for Joe. I've not read a bio for anybody this entire time. This is important. You guys created this company in 2008, in the middle of an economic crisis.
The Great Recession.
Great Recession, when you were like 10. Okay. Airbnb with Brian, your co-founder. Airbnb was founded in the midst of the Great Recession when Brian and Joe couldn't make rent. About a decade later, I want every dreamer in this room, every dreamer watching on this live stream, everybody watches this on a replay, I want you to know you can come up from nothing and achieve anything you want to do. Please listen to this. They couldn't make rent in 2009. About a decade later, Airbnb has 4 million hosts. They're in 220 countries. And nearly 40% of their hosts say they rely on their Airbnb income to make ends meet. So this is transformational. I mean, 220 countries is every developing, recognized, sort of organized, not in chaos country on the planet. You essentially have covered the world map. And you've done it in 12 years. How does that make you, I mean, my wife uses Airbnb. She is an explorer, so it drove me nuts, but she would move us around. When we were looking for a permanent home, she'd move us around every week to a new Airbnb. It drove me nuts. She loved it. But I was amazed at the volume of hosts, even here in Atlanta, from Peachtree City to Atlanta to Newnan, Fayetteville. And all the homes were consistently well-maintained, beautiful, inviting. There was an organization to how there was a pride, actually, in how the hosts presented their home to us. They didn't want just the income. They wanted us to be comfortable in their home, and they wanted to be recognized as a good host, almost like inviting somebody in to your home environment. So first of all, where did this crazy idea come from for you and Brian? And please give Brian my best.
I will.
And then I want to, and how did you grow so fast? And what's been a pain point, by the way, in that growth? And then how did you pivot to Airbnb.org, which I understand you founded? And then tell us about this work that happened in 2016.
I would love to. And first of all, John, thank you for having me. It's so great to be here with everybody. Back in my hometown, actually.
Atlanta native.
Atlanta native, born and raised here. I started, my first maybe 3 companies in Atlanta as a teenager. First one was I drew Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and sold them to my classmates for $1. That was literally my first business in 3rd grade.
Right. How old were you?
I must have been maybe 8, 9.
Yep, I started my first business when I was 9 years old.
There you go.
I can relate.
Well, what's funny about that is people often say, like, oh my gosh, Airbnb, like, you came up with this idea and it just took off. What most people don't realize is that before Airbnb, there were dozens of ideas, dozens of attempts at things that you've never heard of because they never worked out.
Yep.
But each one of those things was a lesson.
That's right.
And it's like my metaphor to people when they say, like, oh, I want to come up with a big idea like yours. Well, I say, you got to get in the gym of entrepreneurship.
You got to get what?
The gym of entrepreneurship. You got to start working out.
That's right.
You don't wake up and run a marathon one morning all of a sudden. You train for it.
Yep.
And so, yeah, anybody that wants to start a company, I tell them, just start,
I consider myself, to that point, a professional athlete of the brain. I'm a professional athlete. I just use my mind versus using my muscles. Or my mind is a muscle. By the way, 100%. Is this African? Where's this from?
This is a bracelet that was given to the Refugee Olympic team that just competed in the Tokyo Games this past summer. So all the athletes that, so quick backstory, in 2016, the IOC created, for the first time ever, the Refugee Olympic team, because they realized that there's these athletes who have been displaced. They're in a host country, but they're not yet a citizen of that country. And so how could they compete? They created a team just for them. And they also did it to really surface the issue on a global stage.
By the way.
Hey, look at that.
That's also African from Zimbabwe, well, no, it's from South Africa, made by the Ashanti tribe, by women quilters there. I love that. Yeah, it's handmade, so. Beautiful. I like you already.
Beautiful. This is from Nigeria.
Nigeria?
Yeah.
Abuja. So you're the serial entrepreneur. You tried several things. You and Brian were hustling for rent.
Well, I would say hustling for rent. We were about to get evicted. This is kind of a little bit of a difference there.
There is a difference.
It was 2007. I convinced Brian to move from Los Angeles to my apartment in San Francisco.
Yep.
We went to school together, and I always kind of had this feeling, this premonition that one day we would start a company.
Yep.
And actually, before we graduated, we got a slice of pizza together. I said, Brian, I think one day you and I are going to start a business, and they're going to write a book about it.
Wow.
And he laughed. I laughed. But eventually, the band reunited in San Francisco, and after about a week of him moving into the apartment, I go to the mailbox, pull out a piece of mail, tear it open. It says, Dear Joe, your rent is now 25% higher. Best wishes, your landlord. It didn't quite say best wishes, but I ran to my bank account. Brian ran to his. We didn't have enough to make rent for the next rent check. And so it was like, our backs are against the wall. What do? We got to make ends meet quick. And it was in that moment, I'm in the living room of our San Francisco apartment, and I was looking at the website for a design conference that we were going to attend. And it said on the conference website, hotels sold out. I thought, where are people going to stay? And in that moment, I looked over the edge of the laptop screen into the vastness of our living room. And I thought, well, what if we pulled out my airbed from college? We could inflate it on the floor, and actually we could fit 2 more of those airbeds. And that night, we emailed each other, loved the idea, and we decided to call it the Airbed and Breakfast.
It took me a minute. Wait a minute. That's where the name came from?
That's it.
That's classic.
Well, we hosted 3 guests on these, gorgeous airbeds, and we made $1,000, which is enough to make our rent. They had a fantastic stay in San Francisco. I mean, think about it. They got to come home from the conference with us every night. Our apartment was alive. Our friends were coming over, cooking dinner together. They're meeting people. It was social. And I remember they left. The roller bags, the door clicks closed. I look at Brian and I go, did we just get paid to make friends? And that's when the gears began to turn. Like, there's got to be other people kind of like us who would love some extra income to offset rent and also love to meet people from around the world. And so that's when our third co-founder, Nate, came on board, and we got off and running in 2008. And it was a slow start, I have to tell you.
What a great story. And now you have 4 million hosts.
4 million hosts all over the world. It's a crazy thing for me to even think about, that what started in our living room is now in 4 million living rooms all over the planet.
Do you pinch yourself?
Every day.
Really?
Every day. The people I get to work with, the hosts I get to meet, the guests who tell me their stories. I mean, even just walking from the green room back here, probably 3 or 4 people stop me along the way. Oh, I got to tell you about the time I went to this city, I stayed in the coolest home right next to the Colosseum in Rome. It was just the most authentic experience. Thank you for that. I never get tired of those stories. It's just so energizing for me that you create this thing, and through the power of the internet is how we were able to scale.
Yeah.
How do you get to 220 countries? Well, if you have an internet connection, you can get there.
So today, anybody can become a business owner. By the way, you're not going to be an entrepreneur. They're the entrepreneur that created Airbnb or Air Mattress B&B, whatever they called it. But a business owner takes a little less risk than the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur creates a new idea. The business owner buys into that idea and monetizes it like a franchise. And in some ways, the hosts are little franchisees of Airbnb. Yeah. So you're creating opportunities for people to become business owners in many ways underneath. You've taken an entrepreneurial risk, and you're allowing hosts to become mini business owners.
That's absolutely right. It's micro-entrepreneurship, whatever you want to call it. We provide the platform, the infrastructure, and hosts are really, the entrepreneurs running their small business. And what's amazing is that since the pandemic started, new hosts that have signed up on our platform have earned over $6 billion.
Wow. Since the pandemic.
Since the pandemic started.
So I want to pivot this to, you're the last guest of the 2021 forum, Meeting the Moment. Coincidence, to quote Andrew Young, my co-host, co-chair, and my mentor and global spokesman and my personal hero, Dr. King and him was in this room in 1967 planning the Poor People's Campaign. So it's very appropriate. We're now talking about how to let poor people come up from nothing as hosts for Airbnb. You're the last guest, can't make this up. And we're talking about basically opportunities up from nothing. When we're I want to talk about how social justice through an economic lens comports with the Airbnb model and what you're doing about it and what you're doing to help make the world a better place, not just make a lot of money. Making a lot of money is great, but I want you to do well and do good, but I don't need to tell you that. You're already doing it. I want the audience to know about that. But backstage, I asked you a question that pleasantly surprised me. I asked you, because I know some stuff going on that most people don't know about the company, I asked you, why'd you care so much? And you looked befuddled. Because there was no lineage, it wasn't like he grew up poor, he didn't eat bread and water coming up, his parents, he came up from a normal house. And I loved his response, because it's the response I need and we need for probably 90% of the leaders on this planet. 10% of the leaders will have a story like Doug McMillon's or others where they can personally relate to struggle and pain. So you need to talk to him about it. Joe's story was much better. His response was much better for me because it's sustainable. Joe said, it's because I didn't have any pain that I care so much. It's because I've been so successful, because I've been so blessed, because I didn't have to struggle, because things did work for me. I now understand what my responsibility is to help other people less fortunate than me to come up from nothing. I think that's beautiful.
Well, thank you for saying that. I grew up 45 minutes from here, up 85, in a middle-class family. Born into a very loving family, and through the work I've done over my time with the company, which has been going now for over 14 years, it's been amazing to see how the platform can help people find financial independence in some ways.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the coolest things that I love about our platform is when a host comes up to me at events like this, and they say, Joe, I got to tell you, I started renting on your platform our extra bedroom just for one weekend because I needed to make a couple $100. But the guests that stay with me were incredible. Now they've invited me back to Italy or to Europe. And so I kept renting. And it's been 2 years or so. It's roughly 2 years. And they say, I've earned two things from you. I've earned a financial cushion I didn't have before. And I've earned a confidence in myself that I didn't know that I had. Mm. And with those two things, I call it graduate. They graduate from the Airbnb platform and they go do the thing in life that they've always wanted to do. They leave the job that maybe wasn't really fulfilling for them. They go pursue a creative career or start a nonprofit, or actually start a startup. I've talked to many, many Airbnb hosts that have funded their startups bootstrapped by renting on our platform.
Oh, wow. Take the money from Airbnb and go use it to start a business.
Yeah, just to bootstrap and get things going.
I love it.
And so that for me is really powerful. And then thinking maybe even more globally, the origins of Airbnb.org actually go back to 2012. It was around this time, actually, it was in October, when Hurricane Sandy went up the eastern seaboard and displaced tens of thousands of people throughout New Jersey, New York, and the boroughs. The very next day, John, we get an email from one of our hosts named Shell.
Name?
Shell.
Shell.
Yeah, Shell writes us and says, "Dear Airbnb, I've got 4 empty guest rooms. How do I volunteer those to those displaced in my neighborhood, to my fellow New Yorkers?" We get this email and it gets forwarded around the company like wildfire. Everyone's like, wow, what a cool idea. We look at the payment system, we say, you can't really do a free reservation. You gotta have a transaction, but why? We put a team together, engineering marathon, 48 hours, pizzas and Red Bulls, people stayed up overnight, reconfigured our whole platform to allow Shell and every New Yorker to open up their extra rooms to those displaced. And so from that moment, we had like 500 people sign up and help out. And we realized, wow, like there's a true power to this platform that goes beyond a vacation and beyond the general act of hosting. It actually taps into this generosity that people have to help others in need. And so since then, we've been involved in 70 countries, hundreds of different disasters, a tsunami in Japan, wildfires in Canada, an earthquake in Mexico City. Anytime you see a big headline on the news, we're there. I should qualify that and say we're there, but it's really our hosts are there because they're the one opening their homes and offering their space for free at a discount. And it was around 2015, 2016 or so when the topic of the global refugee crisis kind of came onto my radar. And I started to become a student of this problem. And it really started when I saw a graph of the forecast of displaced people over the next 30 or so years. Currently, it's around 75 million.
Right.
In our lifetimes, that number will grow to well over 200, 250 million people displaced by either for political reasons or for climate change. And man, I'm looking at this graph going, what could we possibly do to put a dent in that? And we found one specific moment where we could help, which is asylum seekers coming to a new country. That moment they land at the airport, where do they stay?
Yep.
Before they find long-term housing.
Yeah. And
so we're experts in short-term housing. And so we opened up our platform, established some incredible partnerships with the IRC, HIAS, Church World Service, and many others that do resettling in the United States. And so this is all the lead up to a recent announcement that we made just a couple weeks ago. As the scenes were unfolding in Afghanistan, we started to reach out to our partners, to the State Department, to the White House, to see, this is clearly a humanitarian crisis. How might we play a part in this? Is there a role for us? And what we learned is that after the evacuation, which was the most important thing, the next most immediate thing was short-term housing.
These are women and families coming from Afghanistan, trying to be resettled with dignity in another land. In this particular case, of course, the hope for all these families is the United States of America. So go ahead.
Yeah, but they're coming with very little. Somebody in the government told me this was the biggest humanitarian evacuation since Vietnam.
Wow.
And so for us, we started to ask, well, how can we help? These are our new neighbors, like these are our new community members.
Yep.
So we made a commitment a couple weeks ago to help house at no cost 20,000 Afghan refugees coming into the United States.
Nice. And aligned with this, I sent a note to Brian, his co-founder, and then that note was passed on to Joe, just commending them for doing this. We had read about it, saw it on the news, thought it was just a cool thing to do, wanted to encourage them. So we sent a note of encouragement, nothing more than that. And then Brian said, well, gee, we should talk. And so then Joe and I connected and the team connected. So you have a special announcement to make today, don't you?
I do, and I have to pause right here for something very, very important, which is I have to say thank you, John, because you emailed us with a very gracious offer to help use your network to participate in this very massive humanitarian effort that's unfolding as we speak in the United States. between Operation Hope, Promise Homes, you stepped up and said, I want to help, and I want to thank you for that.
Full disclosure, I own a company separate from Operation Hope, nothing to do with Operation Hope other than we donate to Operation Hope. It's the largest minority owner of single-family rental homes in America, and I told my team every home not currently leased, I want it turned, which means prepared for rent. We're going to rent furniture, put it in the home, and we're going to provide those homes to Airbnb and to the U.S. government to house refugees that come in the United States for their transition period here. And that Operation Hope is going to provide free financial literacy, education, and training for the children and the parents in those homes who are coming from Afghanistan trying to find their place here. And then we work together, and we've now working to get the entire single-family residential industry to follow suit, to provide free housing for nationwide for any landlord that has homes that are not currently leased. We all can find a way to do good. It ain't that difficult.
Amazing. Thank you.
So this is pretty cool. This project will be going on forever. Not forever, but for the next 6 to 8 months, which feels like forever in a project this intense. We encourage anybody watching this who wants to volunteer. I can't speak to a host home, but if you have rental property that is not being utilized for it, it's a 2-week period, right?
Roughly about 2 weeks, yep.
So you don't have to worry about it taking, a month or 6 months. There's a very distinct period where people come in from Afghanistan, they need to be resettled. They're there for a defined period of time. There are nonprofits and the federal government who have worked to get them transitioned into jobs and opportunity long-term. Did I get that right?
That's right, that's right.
So everybody can help, including anybody who has a home.
Anybody watching right now, anybody in this room, anybody watching right now, if you've got an extra room or you know somebody that does, you can go to airbnb.org and you can list a space for free or at a discount to help house somebody. And there's amazing stories coming in. We've already housed over 1,000 Afghan refugees coming to the United States. And some of our hosts are going above and beyond to welcome their neighbors. One host named Cameron out in California rallied his neighbors and his community together to raise money. They bought enough groceries for the family to cover the whole week, got him a bunch of gift cards, a whole welcome basket, a welcome note, including an American flag, and just really created an amazing first impression of our new neighbors coming to our country.
That's quite beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, John. Thank you,
So everybody, look at this. People giving you a standing ovation. Look at. I want to, as we wrap up, I want to thank Joe and Brian and Airbnb for showing that you can do well and do good at the same time. I want to also acknowledge on this stage about this time last year, we welcomed the CEO of Shopify, Harley Finkelstein, came here and made a commitment to create a million black business in America. We're all about results. I want you to know, a year later, we have 260,000 hours of professional firms that have been dedicated to these businesses. We've created more black businesses in a year than we've done in 12 years. We have 6,000 businesses that have already been created, 25,000 businesses that have been committed to in a short 10 months of startup. We have 52 partner companies that have already committed to it. I mean, this thing is rocking and rolling, and we've just begun on that 10-year campaign to create a million black businesses in America. Likewise, we now are announcing this initiative with Airbnb to help democratize housing and dignity for families. And you got an academy that we soon be launching, right? Expanding.
Airbnb Entrepreneurship Academy.
To do what?
To help Airbnb hosts in communities of color learn how to be a great host, professional marketing, professional photography, really just create the base of being like a great host on our site.
And that expanded to Africa, I saw, right?
We started in South Africa. We brought it to a rural part of North Carolina, and we're excited to bring it to other communities soon.
And you should know that Nelson Mandela's grandson, Zanwa Mandela, is on our board, chairs the Mandela Legacy Foundation. He's here at the forum listening to what you're doing in South Africa.
Amazing.
So, everybody, thanks for joining us for the 2021 Global Forum, Meeting the Moment. Thank you all. Let's go change the world. All all the team. Great job. Let's go change the world, everybody.
All right. Hey, my pleasure. You know, thank you, John. It's always a pleasure to be here because I learn and I meet the moment because of you. So thank you very much. You know how much I love you. All right. Folks, we're running late. I have to ask you all to please clear the ballroom as quickly as possible because new setup is coming in, a new group. So we have to get out of the ballroom. If you need to talk, go toward the hallways or in the bathroom or wherever you got to do, but we've got to get out of here. And thank you all once again for being with us for the Hope Global Forum 2021. We ask you to please stay engaged and be a member of Operation Hope because we're moving forward with or without you. We hope it is with you. Thank you very much. Safe travel to all and God's blessings and love always.